say. In that day we'll reign, bring them all to shame, make them all to the King of Kings. Say we're gonna hang them high, high, and bring them down low, bring them down low. Say we're gonna hang them high, high, read what you sow, read what you sow. Say we're gonna hang them high, high, cherry swing low, swing down low. Say we're gonna hang them high, better act like you know, act like you know.
Don't tell me nothing, got a gala with your name, said you wanted it from me, well you're about to get the same. I don't want no truce, you ain't turning loose, got a custom made news, cause you try to kill the Jews. Tell a friend, it's per ram, got a gift for the rib, beef ribs on the pit, don't get what you get, yeah you work the spec in a bucket, not a drip, eagle wings get clipped. Come on and clap your hands, cause the Lord said that's just to ruin your plans. Come on and clap your hands, on the day of Mordecai, gonna do my
Say
dance.
we're gonna hang them high, high, and bring them down low, bring them down low. Say we're gonna hang them high, high, read what you sow, read what you sow. Say we're gonna hang them high, high, cherry swing low, swing down low. Say we're gonna hang them high, better act like you know, act like you know.
Yeah, I'm coming with the plane, and you won't feel a thing, cause your head is coming off with one blow. Yeah, you thought I was a slave, now you're looking at a king. I'ma sentence you to life with no parole. And I'ma ask you one thing, while I got it on the brain, you better tell the truth, I'll get online. Yeah, it's still my heritage and all my people in the land, and all your kids and all your people gotta die.
Say we're gonna hang them high, high, and bring them down low, bring them down low. Say we're gonna hang them high, high, read what you sow, read what you sow. Say we're gonna hang them high, high, cherry swing low, swing down low. Say we're gonna hang them high, high, better act like you know, act like you know.
Tryna get back to the motherland, tryna move forward, it seems like I'm just standing still like I'm doing the running, man. But I'ma keep moving and running, man. Not even chasing the rubber bands, cause they not gonna give me no upper hand. They lying, they cheating, they underhand. Playing two sides, you want a man. They killing us even with body cams. Stuck in depression, here come the seventh, I'm tryna get back to the body, man. We black and brown like a Roddy, man. Kicking our sin like a Roddy, man. You gotta be under to understand, it ain't no running from Uncle Sam. We better than scattered in other lands, just tryna get word to the brothers, man. We go to the prison and teaching the ghetto when pulling them out of the gutter, man. Super Saiyan with the fight mode, we making the point like a slideshow. Level the score, fight go, whip waters are blue on our nice clothes. The struggle is hard, ice cold, but we out here trying to ignite hope. Just start with the milk or you might choke, cause living this life is a tightrope. If you don't be careful, you might fold. You better let go of the blindfold, or you gon' miss out on that white robe, your ticket to getting a ride home.
I'm just trying to get that white robe. Demons, I gotta fight more. When we go out, it's a light show. Said I'm just trying to get that, said I'm just trying to get that, said I'm just trying to get that white robe. Demons, I gotta fight more. When we go out, it's a light show. Said I'm just trying to get that, said I'm just trying to get that. Pain in my heart, I just can't let it show. Vessel of honor, a vessel unknown. Struggle so long, don't know which way to go. Only comfort comes in what my father wrote. And be striping hate, please purge from my soul. So when we get refreshed, heaven is all I know. Wipe these tears from my eyes, make me pure gold. So I can be worthy to wear that white robe. We've been walking through the said it's nothing but rest. Tribulations come, I just pass a new test. Love the Lord, my God, treat my brother the best. I'm just trying to get that white gold. Demons, I gotta fight more. When we go out, it's a light show. Said I'm just trying to get that, said I'm just trying to get that, said I'm just trying to get that white gold. Demons, I gotta fight more. When we go out, it's a light show. Said I'm just trying to get that, said I'm just trying to get that white robe. Trying to get in with a nice flow. Fighting demons all the time when it's dark up in my mind. Yeah, I gotta let my light show. Yeah, every now and again we slip. That's when you go harder on your precepts. Yeah, just man fall 7 times, but I got a golden ending and I'm gonna reach it. I cannot understand it, how my sins got so deep, do so much damage. If I want that white robe, then I got a lifetime of sin I gotta change, and my soul gotta examine. I cannot understand it, how my sins got so deep, do so much damage. If I want that white robe, then I got a lifetime of sin I gotta change, and my soul gotta examine. I'm just trying to get that white robe. Demons, I gotta fight more. When we go out, it's a light show. Said I'm just trying to get that, said I'm just trying to get that, said I'm just trying to get that white robe. Demons, I gotta fight more. When we go out, it's a light show. Said I'm just trying to get that, said I'm just trying to get that.
And he took the damsel by the hand and said unto her, Talitha cumi, which is, being interpreted, damsel, I say unto thee, arise.
Wake up! Wake up! Talitha cumi. Talitha cumi. Wake up! Wake up!
Wake up out of your slumber, wake up out of your sleep, and receive His Spirit. You know I'm talking to the meek. Wake up out of your slumber, wake up out of your sleep, and receive His Spirit. You know I'm talking to the meek. Wake up out of your slumber, wake up out of your sleep, and receive His Spirit. You know I'm talking to the meek. Wake up out of your slumber, wake up out of your sleep, and receive His Spirit. You know I'm talking to the meek.
Yo, resurrected, elected from the grave. I ain't worried about a demon defeat me, not today. I'ma stand on my feet with the meek. We on the way, dry bones in the valley. I'm rallying for the save. Dry bones in the valley, living but underpaid. Holy Spirit, make your presence known. We need change. Holy Spirit, make your presence known. We feel shame. Holy Spirit, make your presence known. We need flames.
As hard as these words is simply just the canvas that I wrote on. Can't supplement the faith, no creatine, but it's so strong. In our youth, we used to hit the block, getting our roll on. Now we take the gospel to the blocks we so dope on. Those that tried to stop our faith, we told them so long. The rise of my people with these heathens trying to prolong. Been through so much, but we still gotta hold on. Like back when the lights was off, we turned the stove on. Searching for warmth in these cold streets. Oh, since we woke up, the truth, we can't get no sleep. My thoughts so deep, trying to get my folks to see the picture, but we hitting rock bottom, trying to wrestle with the scriptures. It's crazy, demonic forces messing with your mental health. Got all 5 senses, but you still lack sense of self. Without the Lord, your life sagging, gon' get a belt. And like that old Jordan commercial, stop and get some help.
Please
W-A-K-E-U-P, open up your KJV. We shaking up the world so you can't stay asleep. When you open up your eyes, they see IUIC, we on our grind. Bring a light to the world, let a star shine. So we pray without ceasing for our kind. Gotta stack them up to the third heaven till we give Raphael a hard time.
Dead bodies, dead conscience, dead presidents, they said commas. But that's a coma, ain't the evident, that's head trauma. They said a lot, but that's irrelevant. The devil been working overtime without the scheduling. The medicine prescribed, that's the word of my God. You'll never be alive unless you let the spirit inside. Vampires throw the shade on them, but day walkers keep the blade on them. Get cut to the core, but never fade on them. Live again.
Wake up out of your slumber, wake up out of your sleep, and receive His Spirit. You know I'm talking to the meek. Wake up out of your slumber, wake up out of your sleep, and receive His Spirit. You know I'm talking to the meek. Wake up out of your slumber, wake up out of your sleep, and receive His Spirit. You know I'm talking to the meek. Wake up out of your slumber, wake up out of your sleep, and receive His Spirit. You know I'm talking to the meek. Wake up out of your slumber, wake up out of your sleep, and receive His Spirit. You know I'm talking to the meek. Wake up out of your slumber, wake up out of your sleep, and receive His Spirit. You know I'm talking to the meek. Wake up out of your slumber, wake up out of your sleep, and receive His Spirit. You know I'm talking to the meek. Wake up out of your slumber, wake up out of your sleep, and receive His Spirit. You know I'm talking to the meek.
I need it to go away. Joy comes with the morning light. Wipe the tears off of my face. And doing is raining. Doing is raining. Open the blinds and fill the house up with light. My Bible shining. It brings the sun out at night. And I see the rain, and I need it to depart from my sight. You gotta hold the line in order to endure in this fight. And you know you gotta hold your head and gotta keep your chin high. It's a lot of pain we endure in this life. Keep the laws and the faith in Christ. You'll be winning, you will be winning. You gotta hold your head and gotta keep your chin high. It's a lot of pain we endure in this life. Keep the laws and the faith in Christ. You'll be winning, you will be winning. When it's rain, rain, rain on my window pane, I feel the darkness outside. I need it to go away. Joy comes with the morning light. Wipe the tears off of my face. Doing is raining. Doing is raining. Doing is raining.
Open my eyes, call me to see. When I wanna cry, the
but can't let them see. I need strength, I need power, I need lightning, thunder showers. I need warmth when it gets cold, cause I've been warring for my soul and it's been pouring. I won't fold, but it gets heavy and hard to hold. Lost in the dark, tearing apart. Then I remember that I was chosen, son of the king. I gotta believe, I build up my faith. I gotta read, I gotta conquer, never concede, not bending the knee. I stand on my feet.
Gotta keep the laws and the faith in Christ. It's a lot of pain to endure in this life. See the clouds in the sky, rain coming. So I hold my head high, no more running. Planted, and I'm rooted in the spirit. Send up prayers, can you hear me? Lord, I need your healing, healing.
Rain, rain, rain on my window pane. I feel the darkness outside. I need it to go away. Joy comes with the morning light. Wipe the tears off of my face. Doing is raining. Doing is raining. Doing is raining. Doing is raining. Rain, rain, rain on my window pane. I feel the darkness outside. I need it to go away. Joy comes with the morning light. Wipe the tears off of my face. After been doing is raining. Doing is raining. Doing is raining. Doing is raining.
Baby daddy, baby mama, stuck in the middle lane, that's for this, so much drama. I blame myself for you leaving daddy, so much trauma. Gunshots rang out daily, a long summer. In the winter we ain't had coats, snowy days but we ain't have boots. A father's presence, a mother's love, it's like we couldn't never have both. A lost soul that's in need of saving. I pray to God for a better day. I find solace in the Holy Scriptures, cause I know that it's the only way. This is the sounds of oppression. This is the sounds of oppression. This is the sounds of oppression. This is the sounds of oppression.
Daddy, did you even try to stay with us? Baby mama, she didn't make it easy on ya. Sorrows is all I ever felt growing up. Now I'm grown, but I feel like I'm 5 when I think how you started a new life without us. Missing you, missing us, a family crumbled to dust. Was it worth it? Do you hurt like we're hurting now? These are our circumstances. Only this milk that I'm sipping on can correct it. Only the word of God. Forgive my daddy for walking away from us. Forgive my mama for her rage when she drank too much. Forgive them, please, cause they ain't ever daddy too. No child that they suffered abuse.
This is the sounds of oppression. 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 I need a blessing.
From abundant with another. Why I do it? Why you do it? And I spent my last on another. Why I do it? Why you do it? It's amazing how looking for liberation cost me freedom. And the demons never stayed when I need them. When the rent due phone
thrown off, blown off by my own people. This oppression birth another non-believer. I just wanna feel real, but I'm getting numb to the high. Think I shed the last tear that I could cry. Question if it's best I die, spirit dead inside. I just wanna rest. Hard to pass when I'm put to this test. The after effects got me not wanting to even see what's next, but deep down I wanna beat what's best. God's son, God's word, high cope. I'm a prisoner of hope. Ain't been afloat since we got off the boat. Lord set me free.
I'm on fresh. This is the sounds. I'm on fresh. This is the sounds. I'm on fresh. This is the sounds. I'm on fresh. I need a blessing.
Father, won't you take me, hold me? I'm asking you to show me, show me. Father, you're the one and only. I know that you are worthy, worthy. 'Cause to die is my right to my life, and I will lay down my life for you, lay down my life for you. 'Cause to die is my right to my life. It's a fight to the end, fight to the end.
Yo. No greater love than losing my life for my people, than losing my life for my kinsmen, than losing my life for the kingdom. I want my sins forgiven, to live a life worth living. I just want to see our freedom. That's why my wheel's still spinning. I lived a life full of evil, many mistakes and I'm paying for it. Saw affliction since the beginning. Gotta win it 'cause I'm made for it and I prayed for it. Through the fire, got blazed for it. Came out shining with white raiment. Lost sleep many days for it and I'm saved for it. Like, had to lay down my life for my King Christ. I didn't have to think twice. Had to lay down my life. I didn't have to think twice for my King Christ. Double honors to the martyrs, double honors to our fathers. Revelation chapter 6. I seen the souls under the altar. Righteous blood won't vengeance, righteous blood won't penance, righteous blood crying out for the wicked man's sentence and his rulership in it. Go.
Take me, hold me, I'm asking you to show me, show me. Father, you're the one and only. I know that you are worthy, worthy. 'Cause to die is my right to my life, and I will lay down my life for you, lay down my life for you. 'Cause to die is my right to my life. It's a fight to the end, fight to the end.
Color-coded in the cosmos with brown hues used on the canvas, wrapped and packaged that in fine gold. Damaged goods when we crash landed, battered, beaten, scattered across the globe. Among the nations, cast away, stranded. Found a book, the mysteries of old. Now I know we never been abandoned. More than life or death, 'cause I'm living to die. No wonder why I've been facing these demons on every side, 'cause they want to keep me from seeing God. I know I'm his son 'cause I'm being tried, chastised, antagonized, almost met demise. Living legend, used to live a lie. The glory coming cannot be described. So I
had to lay down my life for my King Christ. I didn't have to think twice. Had to lay down my life. I didn't have to think twice for my King Christ.
Heavenly calling, pick up the signal. Covered in stripes, I just need a whistle. Only a glimpse of the bigger picture, but wherever you going, I'm coming with you, 'cause redemption draweth nigh. Paradise is beyond the sky. To get to that place, then you gotta die. To come back when them chairs fly on high.
Father, won't you take me, hold me? I'm asking you to show me, show me. Father, you're the one and only. I know that you are worthy, worthy. 'Cause to die is my right to my life, and I will lay down my life for you, lay down my life for you. 'Cause to die is my right to my life. It's a fight to the end, fight to the end.
You came and died for me. It's just the love you have. Straight out of Calvary, yeah. It's just the love you have. Rose after Friday, amazing. You never doubted me. It's just the love you have
For me.
Yeah, me up. Made a life decision, got them looking funny. Now they don't wanna be around me. Cutting folks out like the leaves on a tree. Cause I be 10 toes deep. Wasn't for the Lord, I probably never found me. Wasn't for the Lord, I'd be stuck on Pine Street. Wasn't for the Lord, I'd probably out by 6. Wasn't for the Lord, I'd be stuck in that mix. Wasn't for the Lord, I'd be down like shit. Wasn't for the Lord, I'd be on my ass. Just back then, couldn't pay my rent. Wasn't for the Lord, I'd be on my ass. It's okay, grab my hand. That's what he told me, he had a plan. I remember then I had no chance, but I looked up and I got an advance. I was trying to fight all the sins on me, okay. Sin rubbed off on me. I was trying to get it, I was down like feet. I was going hard out the mud. And that old man, I don't claim no more. Listen when you talk, when you open doors. Standing by the sea on the ocean floor. Trapping on a wave phone. Miles away from home. Miles and miles away. Till I heard a little voice that came in to say, Deuteronomy 28, turn to the page. Then I flipped to the script. What does it say? Yeah, you stuck in this position because of your ways. Yeah, Maya, what you say? What do you say? Ay. Made a life decision, got them looking funny. Now they don't wanna be around me. Cutting folks out like the leaves on a tree. Cause I be 10 toes deep. Wasn't for the Lord, I probably never found me. Wasn't for the Lord, I'd be stuck on Pine Street. Wasn't for the Lord, I'd probably out by 6. Wasn't for the Lord, I'd be stuck in that mix.
Just when you thought it was over, we're still striving for greatness. Let's go. Lonely road and it's evident. Righteousness, I need more of it. That light shine in the firmament, the instruments of heaven, a token of my inheritance. For if those ordinance vanish, then the earth lose balance. Gotta teach new standards, the whole planet out of course. Yeah, we cause much damage, and when the salt loses savor, then the true taste vanish. I imagine a place of rest where my enemies perish, where I'm awarded 10 cities for my servants to manage. Arrayed in ultra pure gold with precious stones in the mantle, with a two-edged sword. Victory to my Lord, one nation under God, and we on one accord. So I press forward while the chariot soared. Nothing left to explore, cause the kingdom awaits. Ready to meet my fate when I get to them gates.
Take me there, I wanna go there. Take me there, just take me to that great place. Take me there, I wanna go there. Take me there, let's go there. Take me to that great place.
City on that hill can't be hidden. Ain't no secret garden, no, this knowledge ain't forbidden. Speak it to him openly, knowing we've been forgiven. Chosen the elect Zion, and don't forget it. It's redemption to the 12. We've been looking for the kingdom since Acts 1. Read verse 6 and step back some. He didn't give me space, bow down, no, we gon' act up. Cut him till the clouds come down and we get backed up. Get that? Open your mind, open your ears, open your eyes. Under oppression, but over the lies. Nation despised and not desired. They want my demise, but I got a God. And he black like the scripture described. Levels of elevation and segregation. Read Revelation, we want separation. Only way to really see the destination. Designated for the holy seed since before creation. Heaven's gates waiting for the patient. Saints.
Take me there, I wanna go there. Take me there, just take me to that great place. Take me there, I wanna go there. Take me there, let's go there. Take me to that great place. Take me there, I wanna go there. Take me there, just take me to that great place. Take me there, I wanna go there. Take me there, let's go there.
It's that time again. Yeah.
Ya es la hora. You know, power hour. Ponle atención, class is in session. Tune in for an hour, maybe more, that's a blessing. Learn from the captains and the leadership. Flee from religion, cause them churches never teaching shit. Everything you learn for your benefit. Line upon line is a requisite. Never take a deficit, yeah. That mean you take a loss if you stray from the way. You get the understanding if you study every day. Apply what you learn and bless when you pray. There's one interpretation, man, it say what it say. Ya venía el tiempo, entra para el templo. Aprende del maestro con talento. La Biblia es el centro, usando a Israel como instrumento. No te pierdas en doctrina como viento. Estudia y ora y aplica. Tiempo para Dios, ven, hace una cita. Escritura dinamita, morenos y hispanos israelitas. Oye cómo explica Israel unido en Cristo para la vida. Nunca se divida. Tune in, it's the power hour. Learn your family history, don't be a coward. Yeah. Tune in, it's the power hour. I said learn your family history, don't be a coward.
Yeah, history to learn. It's the power hour. The 11th hour. Tune in to your history. You know it ain't no history. Power hour. The 11th hour. You know get your history. The 11th hour. Power hour.
Yeah, now you rockin' with the deacon while you waiting on the weekend. From the tribe of Ephraim, but don't call him Puerto Rican. That's a byword, those ain't names, it's God-given. Fighting from oppression and saving all guys, chillin', giving light to the people. Don't let the devil beat you when you have at your disposal all these leaders that can teach you how to fight fornication, eat in moderation, correcting all these marriages and self-examination. All these different topics getting covered plus a lot more. You probably sleeping if you thinking this is not war. All these different topics getting covered plus a lot more. Just tune in and we gon' tell you what to watch for. Yeah, the power hour. You know, it's the power hour. Yeah, the power hour. Yeah.
Shalom, shalom. Welcome to the Power Hour Plus. Wait, let me see if I can get centered.
He was a little too early.
We're trying the
man.
new setup. Hey, hold on.
Can y'all hear?
Barely. Wait, there we go.
That sounds good.
Can y'all hear?
Yeah.
You know, it's hard to tell because my earpieces are so loose if I'm hearing you open or in the mic. I don't know.
I'm turning you up. I can hear myself now.
Yeah, but that's our hearing volume. I think they have control of the mics. Okay,
All right, there we go.
now I hear you a little better.
There we go.
It's the bias that's always talking off the mic.
Man.
No, man.
And it sounds perfect
I know.
today.
And right.
I like everything is. I'm excited.
Oh, so maybe it was IT.
I don't know.
I know they be trying to choke you out when you be like, yo, my mic. They're like freaking talking to the mic. They like talking to the mic then.
Right.
How about that? How about that? How about that? Y'all said it's been 3 weeks, right?
Damn.
Yeah, it's been 3 whole weeks.
This is the third week.
Yeah.
Damn, man, I don't know, man. This lighting be making my head shiny and I feel like you see my wrinkles more.
You know, you might think that, but when you see it on the phone, it is good. Trust
Maybe,
me, I think the same
maybe it's
thing. I'd
my
be like,
maybe
damn.
maybe it's my display on my laptop.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
No, you look. Yeah, he looked good on the screen.
Right there.
I feel like I look old. I mean, I know I'm old.
Nah, you good. Nah, you.
That's even,
Black don't crack.
I don't know
Hey
what's
man,
up with that
I'm
TV.
more than halfway done. You apply the scriptures.
That's true.
Let's get that in Psalm. Is it like 70 sign where you talk about teach me the number of my days?
That's how we started, Hundy.
The reality of life.
Yeah. I'm feeling very contemplative lately.
You're very pensive.
Very pensive. Look at you.
Oh my gosh, what is that?
Spell it.
Okay, with the
He said
vernacular.
belly. Hold on.
But
ENSIVE.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
It means you look thoughtful.
Ooh, cold-blooded.
Okay.
Ooh, I learned something.
I'm looking from deep, man. You know, it's the spirit.
Yeah, I didn't brush my beard
Where we
out.
going?
I'm being.
One of those days
You know
deep.
what? I don't know. I mean, you know, you guys don't obsess over their appearance as much as women do.
Agreed.
But I do think as we get older, you're a little more aware of certain things.
Because things pop out.
I know my wife was making me feel self-conscious about my weight loss the other day.
Oh, damn.
She said my veins on the side of my head's coming out. I said that's because I lost so much weight. I said I wish my abs looked like my freaking side of my head. She was like, "Stop! You're getting too skinny." I said, "Not yet."
Damn.
I said, "Not yet." You know, I've taken breaks, but I got to keep going. But read this.
The book of
That's why I
Psalms.
say I'm more than halfway done.
The book of Psalms, chapter 90 and verse
10.
9.
Verse 10, for the days of our years are 60 years and 10. And if by reason of strength they be 80 years.
Right. So, you know, you might get into your 80s.
By reason of strength.
Right. By reason of strength. Right.
Right.
And I don't mean like, you know, I can lift a lot of weights. That's part of it, right? Because we know longevity is related to strength training, muscle.
Right.
But it goes into everything else, all the stuff we've gone over on the show, right? A care of your health and your diet,
Sleep.
a care of your mentally, right? Carefulness, bring of age before the time, and all that stuff like that. At least I ain't got that much grays yet. You know, I'm getting them on the beard here and there.
Hey, you know what's funny? I was watching this video you did about leadership and having respect, and you mentioned the gray hair because you were saying all old men are not to be, you know, honored their way.
Right,
some.
right.
And then you said, look, it's not me because I only got one gray hair, and you went like this.
Damn.
This is back
And
like
I-
4 years ago?
And now I got more gray hairs.
And then
I blame you.
Damn.
Damn it.
Came
You
here
ain't
and gave
been
me
here
more
for-
stress.
He ain't even been here 4 years.
I inherited a child. Go ahead, read. Thank you, Charles Johnson. I know I am old. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, God.
It's cool when I say it. You don't got to tell me that I'm old.
Right. The hell is this?
The hell is this? Come on.
And if by reason of strength they be 80 years, yet is their strength labor and sorrow.
Right. Yet meaning yet are those days are still labor and sorrow, right? That goes with this is not our rest, right? So, you know, you're not going to have this peaceful old, you know, sitting by the river, fishing.
Drinking moonshine.
I don't fish. But, you know, I guess that's what people think of, right? You know, I would sit on a rocking chair on the porch, you know, with a little
some
cafecito.
No
not
lemonade. No lemonade. The cafecito. Okay. The
man.
Bustelo.
Bro, I tell you, I'm a water and coffee guy. That's pretty much what I drink.
Okay.
You know,
I was just thinking about that coffee.
I mean,
from Puerto
I'll
Rico.
drink other things occasionally, but, you know. Yeah.
That coffee from Puerto Rico, the way they make it with the steam.
Yeah.
I had the dude
It's
break
the
it down in the
Machina,
video.
bro. He said that thing is from the 1800s.
Yeah.
Oh,
that
dang.
machine. Yeah.
Yeah, that place is fire.
All right. Feeling old. I'm gone with that. Just haven't seen myself on the screen in a little bit, so.
Looks good.
Oh,
Well, wait, but who are you though?
I said I'm Deacon Joshua.
Did you?
I did.
See, I'm getting old. I didn't even hear it.
Yeah, no, you
See,
get
now-
Did you hear? it? Did
Who are
hear
you?
it?
Who are you guys?
except you feel your age.
right. Well, I'm Officer Job, you know, a.k.a. Crown.
Cram.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Double crown.
On praises, Officer Asher.
AKA the baby.
Ooh, I thought it was Sparkplug.
He said it. I go back and forth. You know, I'm a.
And
Did
not
he say
and
he
not
transitioned?
and not DA baby like the rapper.
Right.
Right.
He's THE with a capital T.
He's D, baby.
Dang.
And a capital B
Dang.
with a baby. That's the baby. Can we put up the baby picture? That's the baby. That's the baby. Put up the baby picture.
Well, while we getting that, I'm Officer Rouvain.
Oh, they usually quick with it back there. Now they're slow.
Probably because you.
They're not ready for me. They're not ready. They had a break from me. I'm too fast.
Right.
I'm too fast. You know, you guys are all polished and prepared. I'll go left, right.
Right.
Who are you?
Officer Tobias.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
AKA Frank.
In the building.
It's not. Nah, that's the teenager.
How they gonna put the wrong one?
You gotta put the baby. We cradling the baby, bro.
They got a plethora of.
There we go. See,
with the
when he,
little feet.
see, I don't got gray hairs there. That's when he first got here,
Right.
and now after many sessions, with correction with the baby, I have gray hairs now. You got to do one with gray hairs in me. Not all gray. Put some flecks of gray in that one.
A little salt and pepper.
With him, right? Put some flecks of gray. Yep. All right. Okay. So we back. We back in the studio. So yeah, they were telling me it's been 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was 3
Feel
weeks.
longer, too,
I got
man.
so sick, y'all. I got so sick.
Hey Z, man, what the hell is going on?
Yeah, I'm
No,
nervous, Ray,
bro.
man. There's people
I'm
get
talking about
sick.
fevers,
Stop shaloming.
cold sweats.
Just hit him with the Wi-Fi.
So that's what I said. I told the brothers, I said, bro, I ain't gonna shalom. You know, I'll let y'all at the table since you're breathing on me anyway.
Right.
But like everybody else, it's the Wi-Fi for a while because, bro, I can't.
It's every week somebody's sick. Every week.
I can't stand it.
Bro.
It's rough. It's rough. What you look like you're gonna say
mean,
something.
you're
What do you
okay.
want to say? What do you want to say? So don't get offended when I don't return my fist to you, all right? And I Wi-Fi you. It's not personal.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Because you know he'll be there, he'll give the weird Frank face and everything like that. Like he all wounded.
He laughed.
Sit by himself.
Face is crazy.
Right.
Frank face.
So yeah, we back. You know, I had did the new moon class. And I think then I got sick a few days later after that, right? That's when I got sick.
Because you was
again.
going to continue on with the topic.
Right. So I had stuff I wanted to go over with that. So I did my new moon topic. I know I was talking crap and I said I'm not going to talk about marriage no more because y'all don't listen. Some people said videos going in and out a bit. I don't know if it's us or there he is. That's Frank. That's the face he would make if I didn't give him the fist.
That's
exactly
spot on.
Like he would extend and I would just do this one, you know, to like keep it tight. And that's the face he would make.
Yeah, that's spot
exactly
on, man.
That's exactly.
Hey, you got a gold chain like that?
Not anymore.
I gotta get you a gold chain like that.
I'll take it.
And a
Your
suit.
gold chain.
Right. That's the face he would make. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to not be sick anymore. All the germs
Lord
and
have
stuff like
mercy.
that. And you know, I remember a few years back when I started going heavy on the marriage, my goal was to put some respect on proving. Right. And of course there's overlap because you deal with the marriage piece. And you know, I went on like a little rampage or a tangent talking about marriage a lot. And I think it helped somewhat. But then it just makes me realize how marriage still is a never-ending thing where people need counsel and issues and things like that. And, you know, me just being pensive, all right, contemplating right, on the stuff. I was trying to look for a different approach, and I realized that the other thing that's been eating me, what I notice, is not just proving, but even in marriage, is people are still... We're applying the scriptures to marriage, but still with worldly expectations of what marriage is. So, like, we're only applying the verses in the scripture about marriage because we know we're commanded to,
right?
But we've not sought to understand like God doesn't just do stuff without a reason, right? And part of your study and uncovering things in the scriptures is you reading and studying and then getting the sense of those things. And I think a lot of marriages in Israel are honorable because the laws have been applied for the ones that aren't backdoor and all of that. But there's still a lack of understanding on, you know, anybody ever asked why God said the woman should reverence the man? Why he talks about the chaste conversation, right?
Right.
And you know, why does he tell the man, you know, dwell with her according to knowledge, love her as, you know, you love yourself? I don't think people think deep enough on those things. And we still have this warped perception of why relationships were formed, how the bonds grow in them. And there's still such a big gap. And it's hard because parents can't really teach it to you. You can learn stability if you had a mom and dad that stayed together, right? You learn certain aspects of how the house should flow if it was done properly, right? But the deeper layers of how do you pair, bond, and be with somebody, and more importantly, why? Every law, every commandment has a reason. We may not have the understanding on all of them and why he says do them. I give the example of the swine, right? We say it's dirty and this and that. He says it's unclean to us. Anything else we say is inference, right? Like, you know, unless you can support it with the scriptures, right?
That's true.
Okay, and that's just swine. So why is all the other stuff dirty, right? And in our mind, we look to rationalize it. So we're like, oh, well, because these are bottom feeders.
Right,
Oh,
the
because this
worms
is
and
this.
this and-
Oh, because it does that, right? Well, what about some of the birds? Why are they dirty then, right? Like, have you asked yourself that? Like, what is it about, you know, what is it about ducks that makes it that you can't eat ducks?
Yeah.
Right? We know because they got webbed feet and stuff like that, but why can't we eat duck? Why can't I eat an eagle?
Right.
What is it about why I can't eat an eagle, right? Some things we don't fully understand, but we know that he has a reason behind it, right? And mostly he says, damn, I hate that picture of myself. Look at my fat ass face.
That's an old one.
So I did an intro on New Moon, and it was just,
Fire.
it was just, yeah, but I was just, bro, that, to me, that wasn't even class material. That was the
was the prelude.
synopsis.
Man.
Like what I did on New Moon, right? Marriage before romance was synopsis.
That was deep.
And that one was heavy, man. I was looking at the views and the comments, and This is the type of stuff people need to see. Because I'm thinking about what you're saying and what Paul said, where he said the law is spiritual. And that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
That's what you're
And you know, there was a thread I was going to go over when I went to that. Like there was a twist on the law as a schoolmaster that I wanted to speak on. I don't even say a twist, but maybe a lot of times we talk about how we know that the sacrificial law was kind of preparation and a shadow of Christ and everything else. And that's true, right? Like at its core, that's the understanding on that. But when you start thinking of the layer, why did he say schoolmaster? What is a schoolmaster supposed to do? What is it supposed to build in you and stuff like that? So I had a process that I wanted to go through with that.
It's funny you mentioned that. I've been in Galatians.
But, you know, it's just like the thoughts fly and,
Yeah.
you know, and like I said, what's great is what I love now about GPT is that I can talk my thoughts and create kind of, so it's kind of like having an assistant that says,
second brain almost.
Right.
like, don't let me forget about this.
Right, right.
And I don't necessarily build the class, but I'll keep dropping the thoughts.
Yeah, the idea.
And then when I'm ready, of course, I got to go back. So the problem is if I keep dropping thoughts, now I have a lot to read through.
That part, yeah.
So I'm trying to find the balance where when I'm moved in the spirit for a topic that I don't let it go, right? So I got to kind of, you know, the Asher stole my joke. I ain't gonna run it back.
Thief.
Asher stole my joke.
I didn't give it enough substance, Deke. You got to bring it
No,
up.
I'm not bringing it back, baby. And I don't mean baby like ooh la la.
Oh, damn. You have to say that. Disclaimer.
I
you have
mean
to
like my
disclaim.
son.
That's-
I mean like my son, right?
Damn.
But so you might see me depending on how things are happening because there's so much going on in the earth, right? So like I'm, you know, I want to bring out the stuff and deal with aspects of things that are happening, which I spend a lot of time dealing with, like, you know, prophetic type stuff with and bringing history forth. But I might run it back on marriage for a little bit, and I don't know. Maybe I'll give a little tease. What are we supposed to call it? The marriage hour?
Oh, the marriage
Yeah.
hour.
Right.
Deke, we
Will
gotta
you
make
go
that happen.
over that?
So
the
we gotta make
romance,
it
the last class you did.
Uh-huh.
Are you gonna have a series of that? Because I feel like you could go deeper with that.
I think maybe the first. So I think maybe the first episode I do with that will kind of make that the foundation.
Yeah, that's-
So I think Jadiel had come up with the idea.
Yes.
And I know my wife's been telling me for years that I should do something like local, like a monthly marriage type thing or whatever.
Yeah.
And you know, I know everybody's busy, but I'm just so freaking busy. Like I was just thinking before the show, I'm so mentally, like I feel really good physically today, but like I'm just mentally tired. It's just a lot. It's a lot of stuff going on. That goes with the heavy is the head, but so Jadiel was like, maybe I could do something like once or twice a month, you know, and I said, you know, that don't sound too demanding.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And then if we keep it to an hour, right? So what I'm thinking of doing, it won't be live, so I can have the flexibility, right? It'll be a pre-recorded thing. We're thinking of calling it the marriage hour with Deacon Joshua, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to touch on some of these things that I kind of muse on, right? And keep it tight to an hour where I'll talk about different topics and stuff like
We
that.
can cut it as well. And
Right.
do
And then
different clips for the
and
people.
then I'm also thinking once I build the foundation, we could even take feedback
Yes.
of things that people might want us to cover and go over that. So what I'm going to try to do is you'll see segments like, you know, power hour, probably themed. I don't know. I have some ideas that I want to talk to you about. I don't know if we should do it in the chair here or another setup.
We're gonna do it.
I think another setup would be
another
excellent
setup
for the
would be
different
tight.
vibe.
But I was thinking, I think I can commit to at least once, and I'll try to shoot for twice a month, where we could do like 2 episodes a month, and it'll be called the Marriage Hour, Deacon Joshua. And I'm gonna talk about marriage type stuff.
Yes, sir. Because you know what, for example, you bring out gray beard sometimes. You bring out different marriage videos and all that, and you know they get a lot of views. People see them, and some of the stuff is informational. But how much more with your experience and the wisdom behind that with the scriptures? That's what the people need to see.
I know. My wife said that. She told me that when I was going over it. She was like, "You should do that." Like the way Graybeard and some of the
Yeah,
clips. She was like, "You could do that. Like you don't need to
Yeah.
use his clips.
That'll
You
be
can
lit.
do it."
Bible. You know what I'm
That
saying?
would be lit.
Because
I know, and I think Captain Zeph, Captain Abiel were telling me too. They were saying to do like my own like social media page, but I said, nah, if I did it, I would just do it through the Power Hour.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to have. I don't want to have my own. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like in the moment I want to go live and say something, like when something's in my spirit and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I'm there
That'll be ideal.
to do that. I just feel like it's another layer to manage.
Yeah, it is.
You know,
Well,
and
that's-
then
you know, you
and
got-
then
you
you
got
know, and then you know
assistance.
how I feel about social media. Like now, I do think I like it for consumption. I use it because of the type of, you know, I've always said I follow fitness and obviously marriage and you know, exercise stuff and things like that. But I rarely ever post. Like I rarely ever post. I don't even accept friend requests no more. Like on Facebook, none of that. Like I stopped years ago doing that just because you don't know. I don't really know these people. Like I know you, but I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of social media, especially for people who post all the time, it's a lot of self-validation. I think there's some childhood trauma behind maybe not getting enough attention and things like that. Little layers of narcissism behind that and stuff like that. I've been saying I'm going to do a social media class too, and I haven't done it, but I firmly believe we should use all these type of platforms to push the truth.
That's it.
I do think that. So
That's it.
So I'm on the fence of maybe trying to create something where I talk about certain topics and stuff, but I don't know. For now, we'll leverage the Power Hour page and stuff like that. I think that's fine. It doesn't have to be about me. It could be based on the show and stuff like that. I'm just a messenger. So, right? Who's Paul? Who's Apollos? Except messages by which the Lord chose y'all to receive. So, but yeah. So keep an eye out. I don't know. What are we thinking? We're thinking maybe next month. We'll probably drop the first episode. I know you guys are pushing me.
We want to get a couple at least set up. That way, when the first one drops, we gauge the feedback, and if the feedback is great, well, excellent. We'll have another one to push a couple of days later, and then move on from there. That way it's planned out. So I think if we get at least 3 to 4.
So I've been saving stuff that I'm seeing, not just for classes, but thinking that just by itself, if I just focused on some of the content that I have,
Right.
I can probably talk about it for an hour. You know.
And like I said, we could
Probably
do
talk about it
clips, Deke.
Right.
So aside from the hour, we could cut.
Well, yeah,
from there, but we could also do clips as well.
Well, yeah, that's kind of like how Joe Rogan got so popular, right? Like how many people actually watch his whole show?
Right, they watch the reels
versus the clips
and
that
then
he
it goes
puts
to the
out.
video.
Right, and then if you want to, and you go, damn, that was so good, you go back and then you listen. Right? I'll give you another example of that. Key and Peele, the show did horrible, but the freaking clips are fire.
That's
like they kill it with the social media clips, but nobody really watched the show in its entirety when it was like a weekly show. Right? They just watched certain clips from it, and they're hilarious. But I think, you know, the way the algorithms work, you just kind of leverage that. But anyway, keep your eyes peeled. We're gonna start adding another layer. Again, it won't be live for now or whatever. I don't want to commit to something that it sounds exciting and then I lose momentum just because I get so busy, right? I think it's more realistic for me to say 1 to 2 episodes a month. It'll be roughly an hour, and I'll do strictly marriage commentary.
They're asking about Clubhouse again.
There's not enough time in the day, brothers and sisters. I really wish there was for me to be out there like that, and that's all I could do. But
you get on Clubhouse and be stuck on.
I have many administrations that I have to account for, and I also like to be an active father and involved, stuff like that.
The Clubhouse is just all on wards, it's back and forth, so you're gonna be stuck on that for a while.
And I heard it's quite addictive. So I heard it's like AOL chat rooms but with voice.
Man,
oh dang,
that's crazy work.
Well, you're a baby, so you don't understand what the AOL chat rooms.
AOL chat rooms is crazy.
I had to be
people in my age group understand what them chat rooms were like.
Crazy
trap bunking back then.
The AOL chat rooms back in the day was crazy. Was crazy.
Interesting.
Bro, I'm talking about nonstop, all night. You going to bed tired as hell.
Wow.
Because yes, sometimes you were using it for lewdness, trying to hook up. But a lot of times you was just in there talking crap, arguing.
Right.
Just, man, the AOL chat rooms was crazy. The AOL chat rooms was crazy. And then, man, you frustrated because the dial-up, so you know it was like, you were missing a hit. Because when you would see the running man, and you hear the modem going, but you couldn't get on. Man, it was crazy.
Oh, shoot, this is all foreign.
Oh, my God.
Them AOL chat rooms back in the day was wild when that stuff came out, boy. You was just... Damn. I remember in my first apartment that I had that was by myself without a roommate, I had like it was a studio, but it was on the larger end, and I remember I would just sit at my damn table right in the middle of the damn studio, just hard ass wood chair, just freaking there. Like I think I got it at IKEA, like some shit you put together at IKEA, just there on AOL with a big clunky old laptop, Yep.
Going.
Going to work tired, being on the AOL chat rooms. Crazy
Yeah,
work.
everybody's going in. My parents made on AOL.
Oh, snap, the Dell computer, right? It came in the box with the cow stuff on it.
Man.
Right. That's what, and Dell wasn't cheap. I remember I did have Dell.
That was
Right?
the
Dell was the
standard.
It's
Yep,
still
Dell was the
today.
standard. Yep. I know
Microsoft.
that. I know that. Oh, you could throw that up. Throw no, the other one. Do the other one. The one to the right. That one. Nope, left. Right there. Yep. That was the AOL chat rooms. That's the AOL chat rooms. Yep. That was the DM, right? But that was kind of the setup. It was all blocky, right? You had your buddies.
Wow. That's crazy.
So that
See
was the
when they're
instant
on.
messenger.
Right.
That's wild.
That's
Yeah,
where
that's
Facebook
crazy.
That's
got it from.
crazy.
Facebook
Yeah,
Messenger.
Facebook, yo.
Right, and then you would be on, and then so then like you had that. Did they have the group chat one? Where's the group chat one? That was the one where it was just mad people.
It was like that one.
Is that one there right there?
Man, I don't remember. AOL chat rooms. Wait,
Yeah.
maybe that one. Yeah.
People
The
yapping.
one that says right there, Reddit. The one that says Reddit. The
Yeah,
one that says
right
right
there.
there. That was it. Show me that picture. That was it. Yeah. See, look, we got to show this to some of the youngsters because they don't know
Straight
what
up.
the hell we talking
Man.
about.
That
They
might
all
be-
up on Telegram and WhatsApp. So, Jesus, why couldn't you just show it from there? What
Oh
the
my
hell? You
God.
got to do all these damn steps?
Oh, my
Goodness Christ.
Jeez.
Oh my God, todavía. All right. Look, so this one's good because it tells you people yapping because that's all you did. You spoke crap in the left, and then the list of users in the chat room was on the right, and it would be long.
Man.
Bro.
It would
Are
be
you
long.
Mexican?
Yeah. Look at this chat, man.
This is crazy.
And
Did
bro,
anyone
and
hear
that's
it?
what it was, man. And that's what it was. And then you be there. Look, and then if you hit IM, so you would highlight somebody, and then you could instant message him on the side.
This the
It
military.
lets
You
know
can
when someone
ignore.
leaves the room or join.
Right.
Somebody said type 9 if you're a woman with a pick.
Right.
Oh yeah, trap with bunker back.
Bro, it was wild,
Tell you,
man.
this
It was
is
wild.
Crazy, bro.
Crazy work.
Oh, it was Gateway, not Dell. You right. You
Gateway,
right.
okay.
So, okay. That's Charles Johnson. He the one who called me old.
Dang.
You
Pot
marked.
calling it- pot
You
calling
marked
it kettle
Charles
black.
Johnson. You marked. He said you old. I know I'm old. I was talking about being old. Damn, them AOL chat rooms. Anyway, so that's what people tell me. Like people who understand chat rooms, they said that's what Clubhouse is like.
Yes.
So the one at the bottom.
Except we have order in our
Type-
chat rooms,
type
in our
9 if
clubhouse
you're-
rooms.
Right. It's not as chaotic. And
Yeah,
stuff like
because
that, but-
you don't have no order. Them things just
All over the
just
place.
yeah, it's crazy.
You're right.
Type 9 if you're a woman with a pick.
Yeah.
That was that chat.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Hey, you want to do the house? That was the Gateway. You can show
Yeah,
that. It was
I do.
Gateway, not Dell. Thank you for correcting me. It was Gateway. Gateway went left. Dell is still popular.
So what is that, an OS operating system or what is
It was the
Yeah, that's
actual
the-
computer.
Yeah,
Oh, that was the
they
computer.
they did Windows though operating system though.
Yeah, they were Windows.
Yeah.
Gateway?
That was before Apple became the powerhouse that they were.
Correct.
Apple was very
heard of that
niche back in
Yeah.
the day.
That's crazy.
They became more ubiquitous after the iPhone. People started actually using the Macs more and
Right.
their whole architecture more.
Yeah, that's
They were like real groundbreaking
they're
at one
huge.
time. Yep. So that's it. Hey, let's do the housekeeping.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna I got two things that we're gonna talk about today. All right. And then but the marriage is gonna be the main piece. All right. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask you, how was the album release party?
Oh, I forgot to talk about that. Yes, all praises. Shout out to Bishop Kanai and everybody in Austin. I kept Purim with them out there with the family, and it was beautiful. It was nice. I was just talking about it before the show, and I was like, it's always nice to be around everybody, and feels like old times. You know, I mean, like when we were together, we always knew that the mission would spread us apart. But I think, living it now is kind of surreal. So when we get together, it brings back memories of how close knit we were
Right.
when we were first got together. And then, and then you see us now and then me just being so busy, I don't get to be around all the people that I came up with as much as I would like. So it was a nice opportunity. It was beautiful. Nice. The venue was nice. Everything was really well done. We've gotten so good at what we do. Like, it's so extremely organized and so many willing spirits. I mean, all the offices, all the sisters, and I don't mean the ones that was just there for leadership. I mean, just everybody doing their thing. Such a nice environment. Like, it's just it's great. It's nice when we're around each other and to move that way. You see, because it used to be back in the day, you didn't like to go to events like that when you was in the world because you knew some
Something's gonna
niggerdom.
happen.
You knew some
Man,
niggerdom
something's
was
gonna
ripped
happen.
off.
it's just a matter of
like,
time.
I'm gonna fight somebody, or somebody gonna try to steal my
try to
shit.
take my girl. Right.
Or,
Yep.
right. Well, I was never worried about anybody taking my girl.
Yeah, I had to worry about
If they could take
Let 'em
her,
go.
she was never no good anyway.
That's it. That's
it.
it.
At a stable.
That's
it.
all right, you know. I that wasn't a knock on me. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right.
That's a deficiency in her spirit. You
That's
know what
it.
I'm saying? That right.
That's it.
I'm sorry. I guess you were traumatized.
No, I wasn't.
Nah,
No, I just
you were.
No,
We know you.
Personally, I wasn't.
We know you.
No,
You had a lot of those.
No. But no, we saw you on stage rocking the new OR gear.
Someone just said that. Deke was
You was live and direct.
Yes. I made sure to represent.
Yeah.
Right. Those are gonna be our signature pieces. But we got a lot of stuff out right now.
Right.
That's looking really fire on OR.
That's
right?
it. Matter of fact, we're gonna show some that's out right now. Go ahead and play that video.
The majors watching. Watching. The majors watching. Watching. The majors watching. 10 times. Riding in the sun. 10 times.
All praise to the Most High. Hey, I'm gonna be honest. We stepping our game up in 2026. You know what I'm saying? Hey, check this out too. Look, I got permission to bring one in the studio, live and direct. Hold on, where the camera at?
But you gotta wear it. Like
that's what
I
was about to
don't
say.
think it
Put it
looks
on.
good when you just hold it.
That's your size?
Go to the
Yeah, but he
put
don't
that
be
joint
buying
on.
the white sizes because he be trying to hide his fat. So it don't-
Damn.
Oh my God.
we gotta work with you, Ruvain. I'm not trying to shame you. I think you know you got style, but I think you buy stuff too big, and it just looks like
man.
just like anybody else who's trying to conceal
We got one of those.
the titties and the stomach and all that.
Yeah, you know they always
my
buy
God.
hoodies.
I got a little tit.
Oh my God.
It's okay. I got a little tit. It shows at certain angles and stuff like that. See, I got the lower third, so it's covering the tit right now. But as slim as I am, I got a little tit down to the bottom. You know my rule, right?
No, what's that?
If you can go under your tit
Yeah.
with more than one finger,
Yeah.
you got to lose some weight,
Okay.
right? So
All right.
if you could
I got work.
one is good.
One is good.
But if you go
but
two or three, like if I could cup you like
cup
this,
it like an A cup.
no, this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
extreme,
Dang.
right? But if you
I got work to do.
But yeah, man, I think we're gonna work with you, man.
All praises.
You got to be brave enough to wear the right size.
Okay.
I think you wear
Oh,
a
I see what
size
you're
too
saying.
big because you're self-conscious. But I don't think you realize that, you know, if you walk kind of back, I know you would think it's counterintuitive to have your chest out and stuff.
That's how you post.
But most brothers that got titties, they kind of go like this because they don't
they
want the tits-
slouchers.
Right, they're slouchers. You know, we're gonna try to hook you up, bro.
All praises. Hey, somebody in the comments.
He gonna go home and cry.
No, I'm good. Somebody in the
after he cursed me out. This little motherfucker.
Got no boo.
He said all praises.
Wait, it's one finger. Okay, so and somebody in the comments said it looks really cozy. It actually is. If you notice on the inside, it's a fur liner.
Yes.
And check this out. We in Phoenix right now, but it's cold as a mug outside.
Oh
This was
yeah,
the
it got
right-
extra cold today too.
Yeah. This was the right piece to get the job done, to get the job done.
Hey, and you're right. It's very cozy, but it's also fashionable, right? Because normally we like cozy, so we'll rock hoodies and stuff, right? And that's
Right.
cool. But sometimes you want to elevate the look a
Little
little
style,
bit
yeah.
and still feel cozy. That was the kind of the theme with the cardigans that we put out. So that's why we did zip, button, and the varsity style, which like I think really came out nice. And sisters was feeling it. So I noticed you see some sisters. It's not on a woman's product. It's unisex, because you know women like to get it. They'll get it a little oversized.
Yeah.
And the men, you know, you get it kind of fitted right, and it gives you a nice look. Gives you a nice kind of prepped out look.
Nice
Right. I'm gonna be honest. Those varsity cardigans. Those are some of my favorite pieces that we got coming out in the near future, or have just come out, I should say.
Yeah. And I think seasonally we'll do something cardigan. You know, maybe not as many as we did this time for the drop.
Right.
But I think depending on the season, we should probably drop something different and bring something out. Bro, you know what I love about cardigans? It'll dress up a t-shirt.
Right.
Like one of my favorite things to do is throw on jeans, t-shirt, kicks, and then throw on the cardigan.
We got
And
them
it just
right now.
and it just
Right.
elevates it. And it just elevates. And they're available now.
Right.
They're available now.
Show that
Can you
show
go-
that
yeah, can
website
you go
real
through the
quick.
website?
Yeah, put that up on the website.
Oh, they dropped, Sister Janelle. They dropped. They've been available since Saturday.
Yep.
Yep.
They
They've
came
been
out
available
Saturday.
since Saturday. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. They are very warm. Like Deacon said, they're very stylish for any occasion. And for real though, these varsity cardigans, when you see them in person, they just hit different. The pictures don't do them justice.
Hey, and we got the quarter zip polos too, right? Them things is nice. Got them in 2 colorways, little long sleeve action going on there. So originalroyalty.com. Originalroyalty.com.
That's it. What's the center of the night?
I'm rocking clean slate.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm rocking clean slate. I needed something to kind of refresh me, give me a boost. I was feeling kind of run down. I think the caffeine's kicking though. I did like a protein coffee.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I know it's kind of
You got
late to do it, but
the one you gave me a long time ago. You got
no,
that again?
I make my own.
Oh, you did the Bustelo joint. Okay.
Yeah. So no, so I'll get like iced coffee black, and then I throw a little bit of Bustelo to boost it, the instant.
Gotcha.
And then I throw a protein shake in there.
Dang, you don't usually drink caffeine this late. You must be.
I was feeling
Amped.
it. Yeah, I usually 4 is my cutoff for caffeine.
Yeah.
But I know I'll be up a little later tonight, so I said I need it. I need the kick.
What you got over there, Officer Joe?
Mahogany spice.
Okay. Okay.
Love that one too. That's one of my new favorites in
A
rotation.
little bit of that mint.
Saving Sarah's Daughters. The album release was Saturday. Saving Sarah's Daughters album is out, y'all. It's out.
Right. Officer Tobias.
I started with classic barbershop and ended with Rose Sandal.
There you
That
go.
Rose, okay.
There you go. Right. Yeah.
right.
I forgot what I started with this morning, but you're right. I ended with clean slate.
He ended on a clean slate.
What did Asher say he was wearing anything?
In the morning, I had the cherry tobacco, the growth serum, and then right now I'm rocking the last of my tobacco vanilla beard palms.
Okay.
All right.
And as you can see, don't be hating now.
On what?
Don't be
Will
hating.
a lady's
On-
line
on
of
what?
perfume be offered? So here's the thing. I've been thinking about doing men's cologne. Yeah, I've said this before, sisters, and there's no knock on y'all. This is how I feel when it comes to y'all with fashion and scents. Men are a little more easier to please because our selection is more narrow.
That part.
Right? Let me give you my take on men's fashion. Men have button-down shirts, short and long sleeve, polo, short and long sleeves, T-shirts, and under T-shirts we have Henleys, V-necks, crew necks, right? And that's kind of it.
Some jackets, coats.
Hold on. Let me finish. I'm dealing with shirts.
Let them cook.
And then we just play with that, right? Women, you got these scoop neck, round neck, half quarter halter, side button, roll up sleeve, cow neck, fluffy.
One high right, low left.
You know what I'm
He
saying?
just started going.
Man.
Is all types of stuff, right? And then all women like a different flow, right? Same thing with dresses, right? So unless you keep it basic on skirts and stuff like that,
Right.
Some sisters like more elegant stuff. Some things like the bigger sisters like the stuff that covers them up, so they like to rock sweat clothes a lot and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So it's very challenging to try to accommodate sisters unless you go to a narrow market. I'll give you an example. Back when you did go to a mall to shop for clothing, right? It's much fewer and far between. Although I think there will be a renaissance from that. People are gonna miss it, and you're gonna see a throwback.
The social aspect, especially.
That's just in my head. I think people are gonna miss the high touch, and it's gonna run back, and malls are gonna be a thing again. You would go to a mall, and in the when you go and there's men's stores, for the most part, they're all the same, right? And they might just have I'll give you an example, and this was back in the day. They're not as big as they used to be. You had Gap, Banana Republic, and Old Navy, and the men's section. The only difference was the color and a certain type of look to it would change, right? As far as the spectrum, Old Navy being very entry level. Gap was the middle of the road, and Banana Republic was a little more sophisticated, prepped out. Or Structure was the store, which became Express for men, right? Men's apparel was very limited, right? Because we have a small spectrum. So, for example, a man will see a 4-pack of polos in 4 core colors, and he loves it.
Fire.
Man.
I buy that. My wife is like, "Why you bought every color of the same shirt?"
Man.
And I'm like,
that simplicity.
Right. The simplicity. That's what it is.
I bought a 4-pack of dress pants because I got my core colors, right?
Yeah.
So what do? You do black, you do navy,
Right.
you do khaki, and maybe
like a gray.
and maybe you get a gray, or if you really, you can mess with a green.
Right.
But like when it comes to men, it's a lot easier to accommodate men's taste.
Facts.
Women, the spectrum is so wide, you can't. And then women are hard to please as it is, so you can't please them.
Man.
So you can't please them. So that was my long answer
put
to
it that
say,
way.
I don't know that I would ever do perfume for women because of the broadness of it, So, we are doing some stuff for the sisters and it's coming. But I think it'll be very limited in scope because of that concept. Because now going back to the mall, you'll have, I don't know, a wet seal, and then you'll have Express for women, and then you'll have like
Forever
a Hot
21.
Topic. You'll have a Forever 21
Express.
or whatever it is, whatever the freaking stores were, right? All the different ones that were there. And while they might have some core products that are similar, the whole vibe of what's in there is different, right? Versus when you go to deal with men, right? So, it's a little easier for us, I would say, when it comes to fashion and apparel, because the stuff that pertains to a man is not as varied as it does to a woman. And then women, a man, to some degree, yes, you could play with color blocks and different things like that. But women like different prints. Men don't really wear prints that much, right? It's just
Good point, yeah.
so
And even the fabric.
right. So a woman will get a skirt, and then the skirt has pleats, or it don't have pleats, or it has a bell bottom, or it's just so much stuff.
Ay, Dios
When you
mío.
put it that way, Jesus.
Man.
Right. So if I tried to be everything to everyone, we would fail.
Right.
Yes.
Facts.
So we release things limited in scope and different stuff like that, and we go like that. It's just it's a tough nut. It's a tough nut. And then the fit and different stuff. Like men very rarely try stuff on in fitting. That's another thing. You go to a women's store, the
Oh my
whole back is
gosh.
like 12 fitting rooms.
Right,
You go to a men's
right.
store, you're lucky if they have 2.
You in there for 3
know what I'm
hours.
saying? We know the sizes, right? We might not even put it on, or if we put it on, we'll put it on with the window with the mirror that's on the floor, right? It's just different. It's just different, It's just different. But with that being said, we are gonna try some stuff out with y'all. All right, we are gonna try some stuff out with y'all, and we'll see where that goes. We'll see where that goes.
All praises.
Yes. All right. Now I might do men's cologne. I was thinking of I got an idea for some scents. We just got to get the naming right. I might do men's cologne and see what's up.
Because even with that, we're pretty simplistic with the colognes.
Bro, let me tell you. I have a vendor that I like that I've mentioned before, and they sell like 7 scents. And I have all 7, and I almost rarely use all. There's like 2 that I favor. You know what I'm saying? Like I could rock the same scent for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
Only thing that I've gotten variety that we play with is like the beard oil, right? And I think it's just a little different. It's very distinct,
Right.
how we do the scents and
It's
stuff
more
like
subtle
that.
anyway,
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Now shoes is different, right?
That's a whole different spectrum.
Right, there's
That's
a whole
a
different
whole-
spectrum. There's so
yeah.
many different things you can do with footwear and stuff like that. But I mean, if you really examine it with men, it's much more simplistic what you can put out there. And men are willing to experiment. They'll venture because it's a polo, but it might not be a polo in the cut or color that you normally rock, so you'll rock it, right? It's a cardigan, and I would have never thought that, but it looks good in the picture.
Right.
Maybe I'll rock that. A woman will be like, nah, and then she'll have a million things. She'll have a million things to say. It make my skin itch. It makes me look fat. No, you're just fat.
Damn.
It's probably not the cut and the style for you. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna try it. I'm not saying I'm not gonna do it. I'm just saying it's like, it's much broader with women. It's much broader with women. There's a lot, right?
I feel like
The comments going crazy.
I feel like there's
right
a scripture somewhere that talks about that. I just can't think of it right now.
now. What, being big bone?
No, about sisters and
Oh.
their complications.
Man, I don't know why I feel like there is something that we could bring out for it, and I can't recall.
Let me just think. Ezekiel 16. That's it. That's it. Ezekiel 16.
All right.
I got you, Deke. I got you. Ezekiel 16 and verse 16. Ezekiel 16.
No, look, Sis Gloria, she said that's boring. It's like, what do you mean? This is the perfume? No. I will try different perfumes, but what I mean is that men tend to favor something that works well. If it works well, you kind of run with
if it ain't broke,
right?
Don't fix it.
Like women like to change their hair sometimes and all the time and stuff like that. Like we find a haircut that work and we can rock
And
it
we
for a
just-
while.
it.
And
Yeah.
I've experimented. I've tried different things here or there. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Like we don't get to.
Yeah.
It's not because we don't want to be adventurous. See, that's that. If anything, Sister Gloria, you just proved my point.
Uh-huh.
Y'all think it's boring, but we hook it up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's functional.
And we present our way.
Yeah.
You know?
It's a lot of style within the functionality.
Right, and that's the other thing. Outside of sisters liking pockets in their stuff,
Right.
men think functional for the
Yeah.
vast majority of things.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll like something big. If you look at those little cheap men's gifts that come out, right? The stuff that's geared towards men, what's the one thing they all have in common? They fill a function for us.
Yeah.
Right?
Facts.
That's it.
A caddy for your keys and
Right.
watch and everything like that.
That's it.
Slippers with a lining. You
Even
know
a
what I'm
wallet.
saying, right? A wallet and the way the wallet is laid out and stuff like that. See, a woman will buy a wallet because of how it. Oh my God, it's so cute. Look at the clasp and look at the way the letters and the initials are. You sell me a wallet. See, I like, for example, there's this wallet's called Big Skinny. What's the
Okay.
issue that you have? Your wallet gets real thick, and then you don't like to keep it in your pocket, right?
Right. Yeah.
Then they come. So what do? How do they market to men? Wallets that are slim profile, real functional, real basic,
Very
See,
sleek.
Women are from Venus, men are from Mars, right?
Right,
That's what they
right.
say. Is we think functional. They think they're functional.
Right.
They think they're functional. They're not. They're emotional.
This is it, D. Ezekiel 16 and verse 10. I clothed thee also with broidered work, and shod thee with badger skin, and I girded thee about with fine linen, and I covered thee with silk. I decked thee also with ornaments, and I put bracelets upon thine hands, and a chain upon thy neck. And I put a jewel on thy forehead, and earrings in thine ears, and a beautiful crown upon thine head. Thus was thou decked with gold and silver, and thy raiment was of fine linen and silk, embroidered work. Thou didst eat fine flour and honey and oil, and thou wast exceeding beautiful, and thou didst prosper into a kingdom. And thy renown went forth among the heathen for thy beauty, for it was perfect through my comeliness, which I had put upon thee, saith the Lord. But this is what they say, but thou didst trust in thine own beauty, and playedst the harlot because of thy renown, and pouredst out thy fornications on everyone that passed by. His it was.
So what's your point?
So out of all this,
that's really talking about Israel, and
Right,
Israel is
right.
compared to a comely virgin, right?
Right.
So Israel's we always a similitude as the bride and the woman, right? But I get your point.
in this context,
I
yes,
get your
in
point in this context. But you explain it.
Yeah, so as you see how I was reading all through that, you read about the linen, you read about the earrings in the ears, the bracelets and all that. Now, mind you, he's saying these things, but there's a spectrum even with that. So the bracelets, like you said, they're gonna choose. They might want the gold, the silver.
I got a better one. Where's the outward plating of the hair and the adorning?
Oh,
Why does it use that
okay, now
example?
you okay. Well,
Why
I
does
didn't
it
think
use
about
that
that one. I didn't
example?
think
I'm gonna
about
show you
that
something
one.
about women. I'm gonna show you something about women.
Oh no, yeah,
right?
you cooking now.
I'm gonna show you something about women. No, but you prompted me with this one, right? Is Timothy's?
I think it's
Timothy.
Timothy.
Yeah.
I got
Okay, two.
The book of First Peter, chapter 3 and verse 3. Whose adorning let it not be the outward adorning of plaiting of the hair and of wearing of gold.
Right. Why? Because women got this whole thing of, it's not that men don't want to look good or royal, right? We put on our royal garments and all that stuff like that.
Right.
But what I'm telling you is that we don't put as much thought into it as the women do.
Right.
I've seen my wife in the closet for 45 minutes because I don't like the way this feels on me right now. You bought it. Like you bought it.
Right.
Dang, you didn't like the way it felt when you bought it? Like I don't understand that. I'm so frustrated. Nothing I'm putting on right now that I want to wear. It's like I'm like, oh my God.
Oh,
What are you
Jesus.
wearing? What are you wearing? Is that what you're wearing? That's so And mind you, no, I dress nice. Right? Like if I'm going out, I'll
Yeah.
dress nice and stuff like that. But it's not like, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe I'll choose between two shirts. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
and I get it, right? Like, and then if you're not looking good, right? Like Ruvain deals with this a lot. He probably puts something on. He's like, damn, my freaking tit still shows. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know? It's like, damn, you see my jelly roll. You see my chicho. You know what I'm saying?
Jesus.
So I'm sure he in the mirror. And then the guys that are really fat, they don't really care. They'll just wear the
hoodie.
biggest thing, and then they'll throw a hoodie or a jacket. Like you see the brothers, like when it's mad hot, they're still wearing jackets.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
because they're embarrassed about their rolls.
Wow, have mercy.
So they don't take
Right,
the jacket
right,
off. So they don't take the jacket off, right? Go back to the other one with the husband's brain, right? And then I'll show you, and then we'll come back to this scripture. Go ahead, show that.
Facts.
You put it up, right? See, this is men.
Facts.
That's the wife's
straight and
brain.
narrow.
Facts.
That's the wife's
Oh
brain.
my God.
Did your wife ever say
simplicity
she
in
don't
Christ.
have no clothes? I don't have no more clothes, but the whole closet's full of clothes. I have nothing else to wear.
Look. For example, I like
Just what you said.
I like guayaberas, right? Like the guayabera style shirt, right? So that's
the one
like
with
the
the
shirt
little-
with the pockets, like the it's really an Ephraim Manessa style shirt, the guayaberas. I
that
wore
the
them
one
on the
with the
Quest.
strings- the
I was
strings in it?
wearing them on the Quest. So when we went on the last Quest, I found a deal on Amazon and I bought a bunch of them in mad colors, right? My wife was like, "Oh my God, what the?" And I said, "Trust me, I'm gonna wear a different guayabera every night, and it's gonna look fire." And you know, they on the surface they'll be like, "Oh my gosh, what the hell you doing?" and this and that. But they'll when they see it on you, they'll be like, "Oh, you look so nice."
looks good.
It's just the way it is, you know.
Right.
It's just the way it
That's
is.
hilarious.
The simplicity in Christ.
That's it.
That's how it be.
That's
That's
it.
how it be. Hey, so let's get into my first part of what I wanted to talk about. No, not this. The four burners, right? The four burners.
We about to get
You
into
know,
it.
I feel like I'm catching up. I knew this was gonna happen. Whenever I'm not on the show for a while, I come back and we got like a lot to get out.
Right.
We got a lot to get out. You know, and we like to engage a little bit in the comments when we can. So we'll probably do a whole show just about that and think of scriptures and stuff like that. But you see what we saw in Timothy, right? With the plating and the outward adorning and stuff like that, right? You know, and it's not that men don't want to dress up, right? Like you see how the scripture talks about, you know, oil your beard, prepare yourself, dress a certain way, right? There's things like that. It's just that our spectrum's different and how we approach it is different, you know? Same thing like with dudes with hair. Like I get it, right? It's not a sin to have your
Long hair,
your long
whatever.
hair and stuff like that. But come on, man. Like if you got to be in the mirror for more than like a minute as a man doing your hair on the regular, I mean,
Let's get crazy, huh?
I think that's why Paul said what he said. There's a spirit that comes behind it.
Yep.
No, I'm not even gonna say
No,
it's a
no,
gay
no,
thing.
no.
I know it's
Right.
preference
We get
and
what
things
you're
like
saying,
that.
dude. Yeah.
I just think like the maintenance for it as a man.
Your focus is off.
Yeah, but when a brother say
That's a good point.
that's the source of my strength, I think that's just crazy work for somebody to say that.
Right. But anyway, so, you know, I often get asked by a lot of people, like, how do you do it? Right? Like they look at, like, people know I'm busy, but I don't think they really know how busy I am
don't
and everything that my hand is in. There's a handful of people that I think truly understand, right? And I wouldn't even say truly understand, but I think that they come close to fathoming an idea. And I saw this post and I thought it was so profound. And we often talk about balance, right? And I think most people think of balance and they think, you know, equal, right? Because you hear balance and you think equal, right? Especially when you come into this truth, right? There's an element where your heart is, where your treasure is, where your treasure will be. And a lot of times, I'll liken it to this. This is the analogy I'll use. When a man really wants something, or someone, let's say, when you're in the world, he's going to do what he needs to do and make the time for those things. That's why it's so frustrating to me when it comes to the work and brothers drop the ball or they don't do it and things like that. And I'm talking beyond, like, let's say you were having some issue prioritizing that week. Your heart's not where it needs to be, right? Like if you played 4 hours of PlayStation and then you had things that needed to be submitted and you didn't get it done, where's your heart, right? If you watched a whole Netflix series and then didn't hit your markers or your goals or whatever else we're doing with the men and stuff like that, then where's your heart, right?
Yep.
And every day you choose where your heart is when it comes to that stuff. So a lot of people will ask me because they know how they know just from the fact of how many things they have to come to me for, how busy I am.
Right.
And they're like, how do you do it? And it's very hard for me to articulate it sometimes because for me, in simplicity, it's like I don't know how to be any other way. Like it's hard for me to translate this to you, for you to understand how I do it. I'm passionate about it, it's important to me, so it gets done. I can't rest. I can't fully be present doing anything else unless I know I'm making progress on the things I need to make progress on. Right? It's like an itch in my brain. And for my peace of mind, the only thing that works is actually working on the stuff that I need to do so that I can get it done and clear off my plate, right? Rather than defer it and things like that. But how do you deal with family? How do you deal with time for the spouse? How do you deal with, anything else, right? So this is where this comes up. It's called the 4-burner theory. All right? Let's put this up and then we can read it.
The 4-burner theory. It destroyed Elon Musk's first marriage. It explains why Jeff Bezos is jacked, but divorced, and why even Mark Zuckerberg sacrificed real-world relationships.
Nope, don't move yet. I want him to read the sidebar.
The 4-burner theory says you cannot maximize career, health, family, and friends at the same time.
Now, stay with me because I'm going to explain. Remember, I said the balance is not equal. The balance really is how you rotate your attention onto these things, right? It's not that you give equal time to this, equal time to that, right? And we'll explain it at the end because he talks about it, right? But go ahead. Come on, keep reading.
Elon Musk poured extreme focus into Tesla and SpaceX during their survival years, while his first marriage collapsed under that intensity.
Right, because to do something that grand, right?
Yeah.
Something has to suffer, right? I mean, and if you look at it historically, all these, we know Esau stole a lot of this stuff or the devil gave him the understanding for it, but it still took commitment. And a lot of times you'll see when they do movies about these brilliant minds and things like that, usually what happens is
divorce,
marriage issues.
There's something else that suffers,
issues.
right? Go ahead, come on.
Jeff Bezos transformed Amazon into a $1 trillion company while his personal life changed dramatically. The pattern is clear. At elite levels, success often comes from turning off at least one burner.
Right. Come on, click the next one.
Friends, family, health, or work. Imagine your life as a stovetop. You've got 4 burners: family, work, health, or friends.
Now, work to me is not the work that you do to pay your bills.
Right.
You have to do that, right? If a man does not work, he does not eat.
Can't turn it off.
Okay? That doesn't get turned off.
Right.
I want you to think of work here as the work for the truth. All right? This is how I look at it, okay? It's the work for the truth, okay? Because your job to me, while it falls under work, that's almost that's a separate burner. You got to do that. Right? Like you got to do that. Like that's a non-negotiable, right? So you're going to do that. We have a different dynamic, right? So this obviously is a worldly application about being successful, but I'm going to show you about being successful as far as spiritual work, right? Go ahead, come on.
But in reality, to be successful, you have to turn off one. To be really successful, you must turn off 2.
Right. So in reality, to be successful, you have to turn off 1. 1 does not get full attention, right? And to be really successful, you turn off 2. And that's crazy, right?
Right.
But I'm going to show you that that's not necessarily the case. There's a way to deal with it without necessarily turning them off, right? And most people, and in the scriptures, that's what I mean by balance. We're going to get to that point. Go ahead, come on.
The concept comes from David Sedaris. He described it casually in a dinner conversation, but it's haunted high performers ever since because it's painfully accurate. And once you see it, you can't unsee it.
Come on.
Let's break down each burner. Family equals connection, marriage, and kids. Work equals career, business, ambition. Health equals sleep, fitness, and energy. Friends equals social life, joy, belonging. Each takes gas. Each needs time. But you only have so much fuel.
Right. So you can't be everything to everyone.
Right.
I think that's the first mindset you have to have, right? Get me that when Jethro told Moses that it's too much for him to deal with everything. Is it Exodus?
Yes, sir.
And then you see the picture up there, right? The 4-burner theory for runners, it says. You can't turn everything up without burning out, right? You can't turn them all up at once. Pick your flame and then rotate. That's the key. You pick your flame and then you rotate, right? They use this as a runner's thing. It says in race week, turn down work and social life, meaning when I have something critical I got to deal with, I got to turn these other things down so that I can turn up over here, right? Post-race, you can now turn the dial down on something else. You can have it all, just not all at once. There has to be time and rotation. So there's some brothers like, you know, like I remember I like to go away with the family after the school year's over. I made it kind of a thing once I moved out here. Nothing too grand or whatever. Usually something in driving distance or whatever. And, you know, I'll take the family and we'll take a week and we'll go somewhere and we'll do something together or whatever it is.
Right.
And I remember I was talking to Deacon Abiel about it. He was like, oh, that's what's up or whatever. He goes, I don't know what's up with people in Israel. It's so weird. Like they think they can't spend time with their family and do stuff. And I know that's not for everybody. I know some people that's just not their vibe or their spirit, right? Like, and that's fine. But for those of us who it is, you know, and this kind of goes back to when I get to the marriage piece. Like, you got to be able to find and enjoy your family and your friends in the day-to-day, and then have times where you could turn it up on the burner where there's a little more focus on them, right?
I like that analogy.
But there, you know, the flame, I think when it comes to family, the flame should never be off fully.
Right.
But you turn it to low sometimes, right? And then when we have opportunity, you could turn off another and then turn up on something else, right? And me and him were talking. It was like, yeah, I know some people think like, you know, like it's weird if you go and you do something with the fam or stuff like that, right? Like, there ain't nothing wrong with that, right? It's just kind of, you're going to show where your heart is, right? But go ahead, come on, read.
The book of Exodus, chapter 18 and verse 19. Hearken now unto my voice. I will give thee counsel, and God shall be with thee. Be thou for the people to Godward, that thou mayest bring the cause unto God. And thou shalt teach them ordinances and laws, and shalt show them the way wherein they must walk.
Did we skip the part where he says this too much for you? You're giving him the breakdown of how he broke it down. I thought you were with me. I wanted the part where he tells him this is too much for you. I think he says it before he gives him the breakdown. I think he says this thing that you do is too much for thee.
17.
Verse 17.
Yep.
Verse 17.
Let me get there with you, because sometimes you be with me.
Really,
I know it's been a few weeks. I know you're not. I know it's been a few weeks. All right. Go ahead.
I would say 15. Verse 15.
Nope. Hold on.
17 is the point.
Start at 13 so you can understand what prompted him to say it. Come on.
Verse 13. And it came to pass on the morrow that Moses sat to judge the people. And the people stood by Moses from the morning unto the evening.
Literally. That's not like, oh my gosh, I've been here all day. He woke up, put on his robes.
Literally.
Sat down, and everybody came to him for every little thing. Oh, Moses, I stubbed my toe. What do I do? Oh, Moses, my ass hurts from working all day. What do I do?
You ain't lying.
Oh, Moses, my neighbor said this to me. What do I do? Oh, Moses, my neighbor's not. Oh, Moses, my husband don't pay attention to me. Oh, Moses, my wife is a. You know, from morning to night.
Right, every day.
Right.
Every day. Come on.
And when Moses' father-in-law saw all that he did to the people, he said, what is this thing that thou doest to the people?
He said, bro, what the hell is
this? You doing,
he peeping. He's like,
go ahead, come on.
Why sittest thou thyself alone? And all the people stand by thee from morning unto even.
Read.
And Moses said unto his father-in-law, because the people come unto me to inquire of God.
Come on.
When they have a matter, they come unto me, and I judge between one and another. And I do make them to know the statutes of God and his laws.
Now that part's not wrong. That's his office.
Right.
But it's not a burden that any one man can bear alone. Right. And it's likewise with all the things that we have to deal with. Right. Go ahead. Come on.
And Moses, father-in-law, said unto him, the thing that thou doest is not good.
That was the point I wanted. The thing that thou doest is not good. Right. Come on.
Thou wilt surely wear away.
You can't have all four burners on the same level at the same time. And sometimes you got to turn one of them bad boys off to make real progress on things. Go ahead. Come on.
Both thou and this people that is with thee. For this thing is too heavy for thee.
Right. Come on.
Thou art not able to perform it thyself alone. Hearken now unto my voice, and I will give thee counsel, and God shall be with thee. Be thou for the people to God word, that thou mayest bring the causes unto God. And thou shalt teach them ordinances and laws, and shalt show them the way wherein they must walk, and the work they must do. Moreover, thou shalt provide out of all people able men, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetousness, and place such over them to be rulers of thousands and rulers of hundreds, rulers of 50s and rulers of 10s.
Right, and this goes into what he calls rulers. It means officers, captains, right, to deal with you. It's biblical when we have the officers of 10, 20, 50, captains of hundreds, thousands. That comes from the Bible directly. Now, in this particular case, he's saying you get help from able men.
Right.
In your day-to-day life, there's certain responsibilities that you just can't delegate, right? I'm not gonna have another man be the one to spend time with my family, right? So that's not what I'm talking about. So I want you to look at this from a burner perspective, and I'll give you one example. For example, he says it's too much, you'll wear away. I'm gonna give you an example of how you turn one off. Get me Timothy's about rule your own house well. Was it 1 Timothy 3?
3. The book of 1 Timothy, chapter 3 and verse 5. Verse 4. One that ruleth well his own house, having his children in subjection with all gravity. For if a man know not how to rule his own house, how shall he take care of the church of God?
Sometimes a brother's house is so out of order that we have to turn off the work burner for him.
Right.
Because he didn't know how to rotate his burners, right?
So you got to turn it off for him.
So I turn it off for him.
Dang, you automated it.
Right? And you have to take a seat. You can't have rank. How could you rule the church of God? How could you be one of the guys like we just read Moses to help Moses?
Yep.
But then your whole life is disordered and chaotic. And your areas of responsibility, family, health, whatever it is, sometimes you'll have to say, look, you might not want to say that you can't do it, but we're going to have to take this off your plate till you fix this, till you fix that. And they'll be all mad and salty and they're deranked and they're in their feelings and whatever, right? But it's out of order. And the opportunity, because it's an opportunity that we're giving you.
Facts.
To learn something and to recover yourself,
right?
You take as an affront and you sit there in your feelings all the time, right? You don't turn the work off yourself. I want to say that. The work with the Lord never takes a back seat. That's a burner that always has to be up
always on.
and always have to be on, right? And give me that. Revelation 3 about lukewarm, neither cold nor hot. And I've explained this before. People get this twisted. You have to understand the origin of the analogy that's being used in order to understand what it means. It doesn't mean cold like you're not doing work, right? Read it, and then I'll explain it.
The book of Revelation, chapter 3 and verse 15. I know thy works, that thou art neither cold nor hot. I would that thou wert cold or hot.
Right. So a lot of times we've explained this, and we're like, oh, because he wants to know what side you're on and this and that, right? No, go ahead, come on.
So then, because thou art lukewarm, and neither cold nor hot, I will spew thee out of my mouth.
So why does he say spew you out of my mouth? He's implying drinking, right? So the analogy stems from drinking, and you have to understand what that means. Certain things, cold beverages, serve a purpose, right?
Right.
You want your soda cold. You want your juice cold. Like, who wants room temperature juice, right?
Nobody.
Who drinks
Ever.
hot juice? You ever say somebody, hey, give me some hot juice?
Room temp.
Warm up the juice.
Right.
Give me some hot juice, right? Some things are hot. You don't want cold coffee. I mean, now if it's iced coffee and you make it.
But that's a different form.
Right? Warm beer.
Oh, God.
Absolutely not.
Right? Now, I know in Germany they do that. But,
do, yeah.
right? But you wouldn't drink a hot beer, right? Right? So if something you were expecting to be cold enters your mouth, what are you going to do?
Spew it out.
Something that you expected to be hot but was cold, what are you going to do?
Spew it out.
So he's saying, I'd rather you be useful and you fit the office that I made you for. You fulfill the work that you're supposed to do. But if you're lukewarm, you're not good for nothing. Because who wants anything that's lukewarm? You want your cafe hot? You want your cold drinks cold? Your hot drinks hot?
One or the other.
One or the other. You don't want it in the middle.
In the middle, no.
Right? It's
That's
tepid.
double-minded.
Right? I'll give you an example. Even food. Right? You don't want the food lukewarm.
Nope.
It don't taste right. It don't taste the same. If it's something that's supposed to be hot, you want it hot.
Right.
You're not going to have chicken salad or tuna salad and serve it hot. Right? That's gross.
Hot cheesecake.
Right? You don't want hot
Yeah.
cheesecake.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Right? So that's where you got to understand the analogy. We think cold, and it means it has to do with how hot or on fire you are for the work. That's not what it's going into, right? He's talking about you serve your purpose.
Functional.
And if you don't serve your function,
Right.
then I'm going to spew you out because what good are you?
Yep.
There's no need for me to bear you, to ingest, right? So sometimes we can't figure that part out. And I give the example of the 4 burners there so you can understand, right? So you can understand that part. So go back to the burners.
Man, that's heavy.
Right? It says each takes gas, each needs time, right? I'll explain what my non-negotiables are when I go through it. And then as we keep reading, you'll see how you manage it, right? The one, and it's going to sound jacked up. I know people are going to get on me for this because I did a class one time where I said I don't really like people. And everybody took that. People who listened understood what I was saying.
Right.
Everybody else took it as an offense.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess for them to understand, I would reframe it and say, people are sometimes more work than what they're worth. In general, that's been my experience. I love my people, and I love the people that I'm around here. Friends is the least important to me. It's going to sound jacked up, but friends is the least important to me. The social life, that joy, the belonging. And do you know why? Because I get that by fellowship. It's not that I'm alone. You understand?
Yep. Yep.
The unity of brethren, when we come together for feast days, like I don't feel the need to be overly social and let me call you and go to the movies and let me do this. And now, don't get me wrong. For example, like Captain Abiel comes and visits me more often now that he's on the West Coast. And I'll have him come out and we're here and we're doing the Lord's work. But he and I will kick it, right? So we'll just sit down. Maybe we'll watch something. Maybe, when we're, and so it's not to say that it's non-existent for me, but to me, that's my most flexible burner.
Right.
Is friends. Some of you is not. Some of you, your whole life revolves around validation from your people and stuff like that. My people is my family, and then the times that I fellowship with the congregation. This is why I feel naked or weird if I have to miss a Sabbath from sickness. Or if I have to miss, I don't understand how people can miss a feast day, how they can miss a Sabbath.
Bring it out, D.
Unless it's something where like you can't make it. Like, because even when I'm sick, like I just can't. Like it's abnormal to me. Right? It's abnormal to me. It's not a throwaway for me. It's very measured and it's very intentful. I look forward to it. So friends to me is the burner that I can turn off completely and move the way I gotta move. Right? And it's almost like a hack though, because like I said, I get it by fellowshipping with y'all. I get it by default. I don't have to look and say, let's go out for drinks, let's go do this, let's do that. I get that just in the interactions, right? We'll talk about scriptures and then we'll talk crap, right? We'll talk scriptures and then we talk crap, right? And then or sometimes we'll talk crap, but then our mind's always on scripture, so we'll use the scripture as a joke. Hey, that's like when the scripture says this, and we'll use the scripture to talk crap. Right? That I'm trying for you to understand. So when I say the statement, you're like, oh, right? Taken aback. But then when you understand my rationale behind it, it's different. So when I say I don't like people, I think in general, people, the masses in general, are not really worth my time or energy. But that's not the case for what we have in here, right? My people, Scripture says prefer one another.
The righteous is more excellent than his
neighbor. The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor. I'm talking about people in general, right? And I'm talking about proven people. The scripture teaches us to prove a friend and stuff like that. You have a gateway into proximity to me because you're repenting and keeping the commandments, but not everybody comes into the inner circle. Right? And that's wisdom. You don't bring everybody in, right? You don't be so giving and what's that example where I forgot one of the kings showed one of the enemies everything?
It was Hezekiah, I believe.
Right.
Yep.
And then
he showed the king all the stuff in Jerusalem.
Right. And then the dude had envy against him after that, and he had problems. Right. A lot of times, sisters are very prone to that. Men are less, but sisters are very prone to that, and they bring these people. That's why women have a lot of catty BS that happens. Right. They bring people in too close, too quick. They say too much. Right. So friends in that regard. Right. So when I made that statement, everyone's like, oh, you don't like people. And there's another clip that I have that I won't show today that explains it as too. And it's not even because I'm ornery or anything like that. It's just the way that my mind has grown to function, especially with the truth. I wasn't always like this.
Right.
I'm an observer. This is me. I'm talking for me. I'm a hyper vigilant observer, right? I'm not saying I'm always looking at every little thing, but in general, I have a level of processing information that's constantly on, and it's hard to turn off, right? Like I have to focus myself. That's why when I do focus on something, I'm laser focused. Like I've given the example where I'm typing and my family knows not to talk to me, right? Because when I lock in on you, I tend to really want to lock in on you, right? So like I'll be super attentive if you're talking to me, and I'm able to focus on you. But it's a lot for me to process in a large room because I'm so hyper vigilant. So what I'm getting is like a lot of noise,
right?
And then it but that's another conversation.
That's like the heat from the burner.
Yes.
In other words,
right? But that's like an adjunct. I'll bring that out at another time in another situation and show. And I know I'm not the only one. There's other people that might be that way, right? So that's where I say friends for me is the one. You got to find the one that you could turn off. Family to me is a non-negotiable, but I do understand that that one has to be turned up and down at times, right?
Yep.
That one has to be. But I could turn off friends completely. And like I said, it's almost like a hack though, because I get that. I get that unity of brethren, right? Get that in Psalms 133 so people can hear the spiritual aspect of what I'm bringing out. I don't know if I have ADHD. You know, I'm not in the. I don't think I do. When I look at the symptoms of it, but I think a lot of people self-diagnose themselves. Like I think unless you've gone and you've run the test,
and then they just throw that at you.
Yeah,
too.
yeah, and right, and that's
like,
right, and then people just throw it at you, like. And more so your generation, like we didn't have ADHD when I was coming up. You were just a badass kid.
Yeah, that's real. There was no title.
Just a badass kid.
This is what it was.
No. It's something different. And I know I kind of opened a can of worms by saying that, but there's a thing called hypervigilance. And if you look it up and you see how people who are hypervigilant, that's always kind of been me, right? And that's why when I'm in those situations, it's a lot going on, right? You know, I mean, I can relax, have fun, and I'm with it and stuff like that. But you know, yeah, it says for threats, but it's not so necessarily threats. And you know, it says it could stem from trauma or anxiety. And it's not trauma or anxiety for me. I grew up as a self-soother and like kind of processing things by myself a lot.
Yep.
You know, you get enough backstabbings from friends and you realize the worth of that and, you know, and stuff like that. So you start to be more selective about who you bring into your circle and things like that and stuff. So, and again, I think friendship's another thing that the world has distorted along with marriage, you know, when we run back to the marriage piece tonight. But okay, where did I say go?
The book of Psalms, chapter 133 and verse 1. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity.
Right, so that's the friendship. My friend burner is fulfilled by fellowshipping, which is why it's foreign to me when I miss a Sabbath. It's foreign to me if I have to miss a feast day, right? It doesn't feel right.
And that falls under the work burner.
No, that to me, that's the friend burner from the
I'm
perspective of the unity of brethren. I'm talking about unity of brethren.
Okay.
I get that when I fellowship.
It's like when Christ said, if you love it, you are my friends if you do whatsoever I command you. So those that were around him while we were congregating, all of that, was the same with Christ.
Right.
Yeah.
So to me, that's the hack. That's why I said I had a great time in Austin. And I was telling you guys before the show, it wasn't because the concert and everything. That was great. It was nice. I understand it. That's not really my thing, right? I never went to a lot of concerts as a kid and stuff like that. The part that I enjoyed was being with the men that I came up with.
That's right.
And if and even if for a few moments it felt like old times. And even if we're not talking to each other actively in that moment, it just feels right because you have your kindred spirits there with each other, right? And so that feeling when I get around the leadership that I came up with, the captains that I came up with, you know, the brothers that I came up with, it always feels good. It always feels good, right? But it's not something that I'm always looking to actively seek out because I got to turn burners up and down, on and off, so that I can fulfill what God needs of me. Go ahead, finish reading. Read it from the top again. It's only 3 verses.
Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity.
Come on.
It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments.
Right. What it's letting you know is that it's an opportunity. Remember what Scripture says, two are better than one because the one will lift up his fellow. I'm not saying don't have friends, but I mean friends really according to what the Scriptures are. Our friendship foundationally is based on what we're doing here. Anything else on top of that's just extra, right? Like Abiel sent me this spot in New York. It's like a barbecue spot with like Dominican fusion, and it's like a tres golpes sandwich. Like, if you know what I'm talking about, I don't want to make this the food show again. And I was like, yo, we got to go. So like, we'll bond over stuff like that because we know we have that. But that's not the foundation of our friendship. Not anymore. Maybe once upon a time we had those similarities. No, you're not gonna find it. This thing is not there. It's unique. Oh, maybe that one is, but it's all right. Stop making it the food show. Stop it. They want to just talk about food.
Yeah,
fatties.
I'm trying to bring sense to something here. You're showing me the tres golpes sandwich. If you're curious, look at it yourself. Look, that was my son. Sorry.
Yeah,
OB. But so I look at the unity of brethren and the function that it serves. So friends are important, but not in the way you think friends are, because many of you think the friends is the friend shit, right? And I'm sorry that I'm going to use the language, but that's what it is, right? It's not friendship, it's friend shit, right? Where you'll put that above all other values of everything else, right?
Right.
And if your foundation's like this, you're not my friend if you can't do this.
Right.
So I'll be friendly, but there's very few people that I'm going to call friend. Right? There's very few people that I'm going to sincerely call friend, right? And I got to see that you're about this, and you're about putting in work, and you're about putting in effort. Otherwise, what do we really have in common? Like the other stuff, that's going to fade, right? So anyway, that's like the hack for me, is the friend thing, right? It's the unity of brethren. So I get it from that. Some of you have the friend thing distorted. My friendships revolve around our fellowship, right? And occasionally we'll do something different on the side, whether it's at my house or we'll go out or stuff like that. But I've learned over the years, and especially as I've raised in leadership, you can't have people too close to you.
That's facts. Familiarity breeds contempt.
You gotta understand the circle that you have around you, and when it gets too wide, it's harder to maintain and understand intent from everybody that's in it, right?
Yeah,
but anyway, click the next one. Come on. Go. He's going to break some of these down.
Burner 1, family. This is the one most successful people sacrifice.
Now, worldly, you do that. But we understand that marriage and family is the foundation of nation building. Yep. That's why I say, for me, the only one that's easy for me is friends. Some of you, maybe before I explained it, can't fathom that. You live for that. You live for social moments and things like that. And maybe it's because of validation. Maybe it's because it gives you something or brings something to you. I get that, and I find that through fellowship in the body, right? Through fellowship in the body. Family, though, like, I don't understand how you turn it off completely. I think if you do that, you run the risk of not raising your kids the way you need to. I actually think a lot of us do this in a way that doesn't seem cruel, but it shows in the way your kids behave and everything else.
Your wife as well.
Right, your wife to some extent as well. It'll show through. To me, he's going to show you how worldly people turn off the family burner, but I don't think you can turn off the family burner. You have to have some presence with the family, right?
It's part of who we are.
Part of who we are. It's part of our identity, and it's your first agent of socialization, right? I've gone over that, the agents of socialization. There's way that you socialize, and it's your first, and oftentimes it should remain the strongest when it's biblically foundationally built on the Bible. Then that strong family foundation has to stay there and be there, right? That's a non-negotiable to me. Right. Now I did have a, what do they call it? A dysfunctional family, right? And I think most of us did if you really examine it. So my awareness in the scripture of the importance of family and how those circles and ties run together make it so important, right? But go ahead, keep reading.
Why? Because family doesn't scale. You can't optimize intimacy. You can't delegate being present. So they quietly fade behind boardrooms and inboxes.
Right. So that goes to where I said you can't have another man play the father role in your house. Right. You have to fill those things, right? And I see the comment here, right? It seems worldly thinking to be cautious with your own people, but even Christ. No, it seems worldly when we think of friendship worldly, right? The example of Judas, I was thinking about that today, shows you what? What's Judas famous for? Not the betrayal part. What did he betray him for?
Money.
30 shekels.
Yep.
For the love of money.
I've always said we all have a price. We just don't know it yet till it's presented to you. His was 30 shekels.
Wow.
His was 30 shekels. And the price might not be monetary. We all have a price. And then you're tested by it. I was thinking of the scene from Lord of the Rings where Frodo gives Galadriel, says, here, take the ring. And she explains, she says, oh, I would be this, and I wouldn't be like this, but I would be a queen, dangerous, and her whole spirit changes. Yep. And then I think she closes his hand, and she says, I passed the test. I can move on to the other realms and stuff. And there's some spiritual elements to that. I don't have the time today because I want to get to my marriage piece. Remind me, and maybe another time I'll run that back and use the movie as an example. But I think about Judas and the 30 shekels, and I think about how that scene from that movie popped in my head because we all have a price of temptation to see whether you're going to choose God or not, right? Whether you're going to fall away from this or not, whether you're going to blaspheme the Holy Ghost or not.
Yep.
And you won't know it until it's presented to you, right? So if anything, that example with Christ is the strongest example from that. It's foolish to think that, even Paul said in Romans 9, not all Israel is Israel. Right. So you can't just say, because I think if that's your mindset, you're doing this proving a friend wrong.
Yes, sir.
Just because somebody is your people doesn't mean they're your people. Right. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
Just because somebody's your people doesn't mean they're your people. And I've seen too much in Israel to think otherwise.
I got something for you, Deke, if you want to bring it in that regard. Jeremiah chapter 9 and verse 4, just in regards to taking heed. Take ye heed, every one his neighbor, and trust ye not in any brother. For every brother will utterly supplant, and every neighbor will walk with slanders. And they will deceive every one his neighbor, and will not speak the truth. They have taught their tongue to speak lies, and weary themselves to commit iniquity.
Great verse, great verse. And just think about it. Why is there so many laws on what we call the civil law? Why did Christ have to put so much emphasis on the royal law? And he said that that's the second great commandment. Damn. Why is there so much emphasis on that? Because that's the nature of our people. And I think we forget that when we come in here and you go, oh, fringes, border of blue, and you just, all your stuff, all your guard goes down. You cannot. Scripture even tells you, like, when you get a counselor, know what he's counseling for. There's so many. If you actually really examine it, the Bible is supports what I'm saying.
Yeah, wisdom's a defense.
Right. The Bible supports what I'm saying, right? Receive not every spirit, but try the spirits, right? Yeah. Get that real quick.
Damn, this burner topic going crazy.
Yeah. We plussing because I'm gonna get to my marriage piece, right?
Yes, sir.
I'm only gonna give this a little more time, and then I'm gonna get to the marriage. I probably could have done the whole show just on this burner topic. But,
right.
You know, but go ahead, come on.
The book of 1 John, chapter 4 and verse 1. Beloved, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits, whether they are of God. Because many false prophets are gone out into the world.
Right. So it says, believe not every spirit. Don't receive every spirit. Don't receive every one, right? It says, but try them by the word, right? And that's what you need to do, right? That's what you need to do now. So we read burner 1 with the family. Next. Come on.
Burner 2, work. The hardest to turn off, especially in hustle culture.
Right.
Work provides identity, status, power, escape. But if you give it too much flame, the others die of starvation.
Right. So now I look at work twofold, like I said. Work, like you got to make your money.
Right.
You have your job. Yeah. That's non-negotiable, right? You got to. That's how you earn the chief things in life, right? But then work for the truth is the one that I really look at it for, right? Because you can't turn off the work. But some people turn off the work for the truth, right? And that one, like we just read in Revelation, that one should always be white hot, right? Get me, oh gosh, where is it? Where it says fervent in spirit? Is that Peter's also?
Fervent in spirit?
Romans.
That's Romans.
That's no, and then
12.
there's another one that Peter's, I think there's one of Peter's.
Be not slothful in business, fervent in spirit.
No, that's the Romans.
That's
one.
Romans.
There's another one in Peter's that says something else. I can't remember. But give me that, Romans 12:11.
The book of Romans, chapter 12 and verse 11. Not slothful in business, fervent in spirit.
Right, not slothful in business, fervent in spirit. You've heard fervent heat, right? When it comes to the work, that has to stay on. That burner to me is a non-negotiable, right? And it should be for you if you're in this truth and you really believe in the Lord. There's one in Peter's.
I think I found
like.
it, Deke. Is it 1 Peter 4 and verse 8?
Let me let you know right now. Hold on. What does that one say? Read it.
This one says, and above all things, have fervent charity among yourselves. For charity shall cover the multitude of sins.
It's not that. There's one in Peter's that says, it might not say fervent, but it says something else. And I can't remember right now. I know because I usually pair it with the one in Romans.
1 and 22.
And it says something else. No, it's not about fervent, but it's all right. We can move on because I wanna get to my other one. Maybe I'm conflating them. All right. So you have to give the flame to the work, right? You can't, that to me, that's non-negotiable. That one stays on, right? And it stays on full blast. Okay. Go ahead. Next. Remember what it says, seek him 10 times more, right? Yep. As it was your way to go astray, seek him 10 times more. Yes, you have to stay fervent in spirit, right? Go ahead. Come on.
Number 3, health.
This is another non-negotiable for me, especially as I've gotten older and especially as I realize how important burner 2 is.
Right.
In order for me to stay fervent in the work, I need to keep this vessel healthy.
Yep.
So that I can do it for as long as God allows me to.
Right.
And in the best way that I can. I need to be the best of me, physically, mentally, spiritually, so that I can not just for the work, but also be there for burner 1, which is the family as well, right? So I got to be able to do that, right? So go ahead, come on.
This one doesn't scream. It whispers until it doesn't.
Right, because you'll neglect it. You feel all right. You find you're normal.
Yep.
Like when I used to sleep from like 2 to 5 or 2 to 6 and think I was good.
Right.
Damn. I didn't realize how much I was breaking myself inside because it doesn't seem so strongly evident, right? How many times do I hear the people say, nah, I'm good. I'm good with 4 hours. I'm good with 6 hours.
Right.
It whispers. Because what you're doing is it's small cracks that happen in the foundation. And when you get enough of those, it collapses. And that's when you go like, oh my God, they were so young and this happened. Yeah. Oh my God, how did they develop this? Oh, how did they do that? Or you're falling asleep all over the place, right? That's not normal to fall asleep all over the place. Something's off. And you got to, when you optimize your diet, your sleep and everything, and I'm not saying sleep all day, but sleep sufficiently so that you can be optimal, so that you can then, that's how I'm able to keep the burner on work up all the time. And that's how I'm able to turn off 1 and not necessarily always have to turn off 2 to accomplish what I need to accomplish, right?
Great point.
Go ahead. You skip sleep.
You skip sleep. Miss meals. Numb with caffeine.
Let me tell you. Caffeine has, what do they call it? It has an effect where you wind up, you think more is going to work, but you have a ceiling and your body gets adjusted to it. So it doesn't provide the same buzz, but it provide a certain level of alertness, but you don't feel the same buzz. If you have to constantly, there's some days where I got to pop it. Like today I popped the coffee late. But if you're constantly on energy drinks, if you're constantly on caffeine and you're doing triples or quads or whatever it is, right? And really they say the healthy limit is max 600 a day milligrams. But if you're doing above that and you feel you always, something else is off. And it's collective. It's not this that you're not getting enough sleep. First of all, many of us don't prioritize the sleep.
Right.
Secondly, your diet's out of whack, right? Nutrition's going to put you where you are, function more optimally. And exercise as well. And you say, well, how do I spend time on that? It's, the gains are so exponential for the returns for such minimal effort that you put in. If you just start with consciously doing your 10K steps a day, or let's say walk after 1 or 2 meals consistently, it's so much better to, like from the nothing to doing just a little something consistently. The returns are so grand. Like it doesn't, like what'll happen is it starts off with just so little that you need. And then you realize how important it is and how great it makes you feel that you, because a lot of times we look at it, I don't have time for it. But you don't realize it'll optimize you so much that you'll have the time to be so much more productive in the time that you do have, that it's worth it. It's worth it to invest the time. I mean, even if you start with 3 to 5 hours a week, and you probably never have to go above 5, right? Unless you're like really like into it and you want to do more, and you can wing the time of consistent good effort, not half-assing it. It has such a cascade effect on everything else health-wise, your alertness, your health markers, everything else, right? If you just add that extra hour of sleep, going from 6 to 7 hours puts you in such a whole nother spectrum as far as how you feel. I'm talking about consistency. You might not feel that way at first because you're overtired. You have sleep debt.
Right.
So you'll sleep more and you'll be like, oh, sleeping more makes me more tired. No, it's because you have such large
Right.
deficits that you have to overcome. So if you consistently fix it, you'll be able to move the way you move, right? And do what you need to do. Health is a non-negotiable, right? It's a non-negotiable. Go ahead. Come on. It says, then one day what happens?
Then one day, your body revolts, and it's already too late.
Damn. Right. Your body will revolt on you one day. Your body's very resilient, and while you're young, you could get away with a lot. And then you wake up one day and you're like, why do I have all these issues?
Damn.
Go ahead. Come on.
Burner 4, friends, the quietest casualty of all. You grow, they don't. You move, they stay. And soon, you're surrounded by contacts, but no connection. Likes, but no love.
And that's why I say for me, it's almost like a hack.
Right.
And it should be for all of us here because we get that with the fellowship.
Yep.
Right? What he's describing there is the worldly thing. Right? We all growing together in this. I'm not saying everybody here grows. You might come in and be close to somebody here and they don't grow and you outpace their growth. And I'm not on that friend-ish.
Right.
You're gonna, I gotta move on. I gotta move on. I gotta surround myself with people. I gotta have a circle around me that's gonna be beneficial to me. Right? And to my walk and everything I'm doing. Come on, keep going.
Let's go deeper. Elon Musk admits it. His first wife, Justine, said Elon's work always came first. I simply didn't matter. That's burner number 1, extinguished for rocket fuel.
Come on.
Jeff Bezos, he focused on health so hard after stepping down as CEO, he became unrecognizable. Jacked, lean, alpha, but also divorced. That's burner number 1 again, gone.
Come on.
Mark Zuckerberg, a billionaire introvert, hyper efficient, ruthlessly focused. He runs on work and health, but even close friends have described him as emotionally distant. Burners 1 and 4 dimmed. Things to self-reflect.
Success demands sacrifice. And to be successful in this walk, there's things that at times you will have to sacrifice. I'm gonna put a little asterisk next to that. At times. You don't burn everything down. You find a way to rotate the burners, right? Go ahead, come on.
Success is not balanced.
And that's why I say it doesn't mean that everything balanced as an equal. Come on.
It's sacrifice. If you want hyper growth, you'll bleed someone.
Yes, come on.
If you want peace, you'll miss the spotlight. There's no way to keep all 4 burners on full blast.
There is not. Go ahead, come on.
So what can you do? You can't beat the burners, but you can rotate.
This is what I mean by balance. Come on.
Sprint at work, turn health down, but not off.
Right. So maybe if I go 4 or 5 days a week to the gym, I might need to sacrifice 1 day. I might need to sacrifice 2, but keep a baseline.
Right.
I won't not go at all because I know how beneficial it is to me and how much it helps me with kind of my mental sanity and everything else, right? But I'll dial it back.
Right.
I'll dial it back, right? Go ahead, come on.
Raising a kid, dial work down temporarily.
Now, again, for me, that you don't dial that down. You can't, right? So that one's the one that stays on full blast. Go ahead, come on.
Burned out, crank up health and friends.
Right, so health helps you do that. So it's giving you worldly ones. But I'm going to tell you something. Finish that last line and I'll say something.
Life is not static. Your burners shouldn't be either.
There's times that I have to, so like I'll tell my wife, be like, hey, I got a full, pretty busy week this week, if you'll see me like this or whatever, or I'm dealing with a lot. Like I'll tell her, hey, I'm dealing with a lot this week. Right. And to me, that's her cue that she should realize, okay, just so you're aware, you're going to see me in a mode, right? You're going to see me in a mode and I need to work on that mode, right? Like I'm going to be in that mode and I'm going to do that stuff, right? Even if it's moment to moment. For example, like, my kids, I leave my office door open so that the kids, they know that they have access.
Right.
There's times that I'll close the door and that's the turnoff, right? Or there's times I'll tell them, hey, I'm going to be on a call right now. Can't be interrupted, right? I'm on a call for an hour. I'm on a call for 2 hours, whatever it is, right? I'm working on something. Or they'll see me with the Bible open, prepping the class, right? And I got to remind them, my son's always talking to me, especially him, and be like, hey, I'm in scripture mode right now. So if it's not urgent, you got to leave me alone, all right? Because once the scripts start flowing, I don't want you to break my concentration, right? Go ahead, come on.
The goal isn't to burn all four. It's to choose which one matters most now and protect it like your life depends on it, because it does.
That's the only way you're going to be able to manage all of it, right? And like I said, the easiest one for me that's kind of always on low is friends, right? I mean, just think of it logically. If you really think about where your heart is, and if my heart's with the work and then the family, and then I know in order for me to fulfill those two, my health got to be right. Which is the easy one to sacrifice?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that's the easiest.
If your mind's right and your priorities are right, which is the easiest one to sacrifice?
Yeah.
Right. Go ahead. Come on. So what might come off as like, oh man, he's distant and he's this and he's that. It's not that. It's just that my priorities are different. I don't have the same amount of time to turn that burner up as frequently as you might. Right.
And you still get it by default. So that's the beautiful part.
Right. Go ahead. Come on.
Now ask yourself, honestly, which burner is full? Which one is dying? Which one have you neglected for so long you forgot it existed?
Come on.
You don't need more productivity hacks. You need permission to choose your burner, to honor your season, to burn bright but not out. Because what's the point of becoming unstoppable if you forget who you were running from? Or worse, what you were running for?
Now, get Ecclesiastes 3:1. And this is basically what it's saying. And then after I read these verses, I'm going to do a little transition break. Y'all could talk for a second, all right? And then I'm going to come back and do my my marriage piece, all right? Go ahead, come on.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3 and verse 1. To everything there is a season.
Right. This is the permission that you have to understand, right? To everything there is a season, right? Remember I said to honor your season? To everything there is a season. Go ahead, come on.
And a time to every purpose under the heaven.
Listen, there's a time when you got to deal with your family, right? Lord forbid your wife gets cancer or something, let's say, right? She going to need you. Not to say you won't stop the work, but you're going to have to make choices where you're going to have to choose her on occasion, right? A little more, right? Yep. Or depending on what the circumstances are. And again, understanding that as far as I'm concerned, the work one never dies down, but you're going to have to turn the family one up a little bit, right? And then that's when maybe you'll play with your negotiables and things like that, right? There's certain things that I look to prioritize. There's certain things I want to be there for the kids for. There's certain things I need to be there for my wife for. And everything else, right? Go ahead, come on.
To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under the heaven. A time to be born and a time to die. A time to plant and a time to pluck up that which is planted.
Come on.
A time to kill and a time to heal. A time to break down and a time to build up. A time to weep and a time to laugh. A time to mourn and a time to dance. A time to cast away stones and a time to gather stones together. A time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing. A time to get.
You see that one about friends?
Yep.
A time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing. And there's so many layers. I'm just reading these so you get the sense. But you could spend a whole class just on one of these verses in Ecclesiastes 3, right? And then show how that then can be applied. Go ahead, come on.
A time to get and a time to lose. A time to keep and a time to cast away. A time to rend and a time to sow. A time to keep silence and a time to speak. A time to love and a time to hate. A time of war and a time of peace. What profit hath he that worketh in that wherein he laboreth?
Right. So basically he's saying, unless you know how to do these different timings, where's your profit in the things that you labor with, right? You need to know that there's a time for all these things. And that's really what the four burners are and how you rotate them out, right? Realizing you don't really turn them off. You turn them off in extreme cases. But if you do it temporarily. Right. And you do it in such a fashion that you'll know when you need to, because understanding this, there's a time you got to get back to it. You can't move that way. You can't be without friends your whole time. You need connection. Right. And that's why I say, in a way, to me, it's kind of like a hack, because you get that with the unity of brethren. You know, a lot of y'all think Psalms 130, I've said this for years. You think Psalms 133 is that we get together, play dominoes, drink beer, go for wings, or go to Applebee's for drinks. No, first and foremost, it's when we come together.
Right.
It's when we come together. And it don't mean that I got to have my arm around you and engaged with you in conversation the whole time. There's value in presence and sometimes not saying anything at all. And I think that's another level too, and that's another conversation. But I don't always got to be chatty. Sometimes it's just good enough that you're there. Right? There's something, there's a bond that we have. And sometimes just, like everybody, and they talk about uncomfortable silence. I don't think there's any such thing. The only time there's uncomfortable silence is when something needs to be said and it's not being said.
Right. Great point.
Otherwise, there's a lot of comfort in silence. There's something to be had of just being in the presence with somebody, being in the same roof or whatever it is. But anyway, that's my take on that. Y'all want to say something real quick before I move on to the marriage part of the show?
Yeah, so like what Deke is bringing out is very heavy. The reason I wanna really pinpoint one part of those burners that he brought out, and it kind of made me kind of think. I'm over here contemplating. I was like, yo, this is deep how you using this burner thing. Right. Go back to that picture where it shows you and then it shows those 4 burners. So, because, Israel, sometimes we are visual people. We got to see things to kind of, for it to trigger. So when I saw this picture, I was like, yo, hold up. So I'm the propane.
Right, I'm the gas.
Yeah, I'm the gas that's feeding
the burners.
Right. With the energy that is needed for that burner to burn. So how I looked at that was, so that's the energy that I'm giving to these burners. It's not just about, okay, these are the different things I got to do. It's about the energy that you have to find to put into these things. And this is heavy because how he says work is about the truth, that burner, that work, if you're driven to do the truth and you give me Matthews real quick. Because when you put all your energy and have that burner on the whole time, Matthew 6, what is really behind it? You get what I'm saying? What's really behind you putting your all into this work, into this truth? This is what it is. Read that.
The book of Matthew, chapter 6 and verse 33. But seek ye first the kingdom of God.
That's that burner, that work burner. Seek ye first. I'm putting my gas 100% into that work burner. Seek ye first the kingdom of God. Anything that I do out of all these burners, what am I going to do first? Seek ye first the kingdom of God. Read.
And his righteousness.
And
all these things shall be added unto you.
And guess what? All those other burners are going to be added to. He's going to give you enough gas to be able to burn the other burners. Now, guess what? Now this is where you find that balance at. Do I put that energy that the Most High give me, that blessings that the Most High give me? Where am I gonna put that back into?
Right.
That's where we got the energy to put it back into our families. That's where we get the discipline, the discernment, and the energy to put it back in our health. And guess how we're gonna get that discipline and discernment? From where? The scriptures. Because we're seeking ye first the kingdom of God. How to deal with these other burners is how is looking through the scriptures on how to deal with those burners.
Right.
So read that again.
But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you.
Read.
Take therefore no thought for the morrow, for the morrow shall take thought for the things of itself. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof.
So everything, all the thoughts, when you seek ye first the kingdom of God, that's gonna be that gas that's needed to be able to deal with your family, because you're gonna be dealing with them through the scriptures. That's gonna be that gas that's needed to deal with their health, because you're gonna be dealing with it through the scriptures. And then you know how to balance it right, which what we read in Ecclesiastes earlier. You're gonna know how to balance it accordingly. Because a lot of people is not gonna agree with Deke, of course. As like he said earlier, they're gonna look at the friends, be like, "Yo, I value my friends." Emotional, and those be the same people when those friends leave. They're gonna be right back behind them. Yeah. That's that friend shit he's talking about. Right. But yeah. So I just want to touch that. Deke is back now. All praises. Let me go back into my zone now.
Double quarter.
Have a sit back now.
All right. So you see the topic of the show. Chaste conversation, the spirit that builds or breaks a house. I said I've been ruminating. Another word?
I like that. Ruminating.
You gotta let me know, man.
Focused.
What is it?
You've
Man?
I think the Bustelos kicking.
Oh yeah.
I've been ruminating on marriage. I'm gonna go back, and then we're gonna do this marriage, the marriage hour type of things, right?
Yeah.
And I did the. Oh, you got to look up.
Thank you.
The definition
It's
of
like being
ruminate.
pensive.
Right. It means pensive. Think deeply about something.
It's like musing almost. You used musing last time. I like
Right.
that one.
Musing. Right.
Yeah,
Musing as well.
see?
So I did the marriage before romance. And it's because the origins of romance. If you didn't see that class, we should post the link and make sure we show it at the end too. It lays the foundation, and when I start the marriage hour piece, I think the first episode is gonna focus on that romance piece and the origins of that, right? And very briefly, I spent a good amount of time in the beginning of the class explaining how things are twisted, right? Right. The problem with marriage is we think about it romantically first before we think about the function of it, right? When God ordained marriage, he said it's not good that man should be alone. He didn't say it's not good that a man doesn't have somebody to go to the restaurant with, that man doesn't have somebody to cuddle with, right? To be lovey-dovey, to Netflix and chill with, right?
Right.
He didn't say that. He says it's not good that man should be alone. I cannot find a helpmeet for him anywhere.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So the marriage is functional before it's romantic, right? I want you to understand that marriage is functional before it's romantic.
Yeah.
Biblically, it serves a purpose, right? I'm not gonna spend too much time on the romance piece because this is segmented on what I want to speak about, right? And when you can wrap your mind around that part, right? And when I went into the class, I did miss some scriptures that I wanted to go into. I know a lot of sisters was upset. Oh my God.
Yeah.
You have to understand where you learned that concept from. You learned it from movies and TVs and novellas and shows and commercials, right? And now in these days, social media, right? And what is moments in a relationship has been sensationalized into this expectation that the whole marriage and relationship is supposed to be that.
All the time.
All the time. And it's not. There's a place for it, right? Is it in Ecclesiastes 9 about live joyfully?
Yes, sir.
Right? Romance is the wrong word. We got to start looking for another word for it.
I agree.
Because romance stems from Rome. And when I went into that class, I broke that down, right? It's a Roman concept. That in and of itself should make you adverse to it,
Red flag.
right? When you make something romantic. But what the point that I made, and some sisters I'm sure were offended, is that there's a place for what is joy and love in the marriage, but that happens in the process of the marriage. It's not this whole thing of like, this is why the whole thing is twisted with the dating concept. I think there was a few tabernacles ago where I went over dating.
Yeah. Very.
The one we did here that was hot.
Yeah.
Right? They said, yeah, real hot. I went and I was supposed to continue with that, but such is the case with my freaking behind. I'll get hot about something and then I'll get hot about something else and I forget to come back on a topic. I went over the origins of dating too, and how it's a flawed concept and it creates some of the error dynamic that we have in our relationships and the expectation that women have of their marriage. And behind romance, there's two very different expectations of what love is. And if I have time tonight, right, it's going to be plus. If I have time tonight and y'all stay with me, I'm going to touch on some of these things. I'm not going to be able to get in as deep as I want in all of it. I'm going to try to be brief with my words when I explain so I can touch each point. But marriage is about order. It's about spirit, right? And it really is. There's a portion for the men, but I think the women are the ones that have romanticized marriage more than men. And this is why we have to start with the sisters, right? Get me that. Is it in Ezekiel where prophesy against the daughters?
Yep.
Right? Get me that. This is going to be about what kind of woman builds her house and what kind slowly tears it down. And the reason is because you've not fully embraced the biblical understanding of what marriage and what your role is. And love means two different things for a man and a woman. And I've said this before. For a man, Love is expressed in its highest form to him through respect and honor.
Right.
All right? You have to understand that. Are there some men that are what we call more affectionate, want my more physical touch and things like, yeah, those are just layers of expression. But every man foundationally, he receives and experiences love through respect and honor. And when any of that is challenged, the rest of it does not hold the same weight.
Right.
You can be touchy-feely. You can render due benevolence. You can do all those things, but the love is absent because he's not being respected and honored, right? That needs to be first, and then everything comes behind it.
Right.
And for women, it's become distorted, and they think it's the romanticized version of love. And like I said, there's moments for that, right? Just so we read in Ecclesiastes 3, there's a time for this and a time for that. But the vast majority of life living together under one roof is the stuff that doesn't make good movies, doesn't make for good books, doesn't make for good social media.
It's boring.
It's boring.
Right.
It's monotonous. It's every day. And that's what makes marriage and real love that much more powerful, is when you can live in that and then enjoy the snapshot moments when you have them. It makes everything else so much more meaningful, right? And there's a lot of resentment that happens because the world has made the woman the focus. And while women will say, I understand that I'm not the focus, I understand that the man is the prize, I understand that I was made to serve him and I was made to be under his headship and all of that, they'll say it, but they don't act it and they don't live it and they don't embrace it.
The application is different.
The world has taught them that they are the center, from getting on your knee to propose to them, for courting them with flowers and roses and all this other stuff.
Letting them walk down the aisle to you.
Right. It's inflated their ego to the point that when you marry a man that then is in this truth or has other passions other than them,
right,
it's perceived as hatred, lack of connection,
neglect,
lack of care, lack of neglect, and all that. And it's not that. It's not that. Lack of intimacy, and it's not that. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. It really is.
Right.
The Most High made us different. He made man directly from the dust of the ground, and he breathed life into the man's nostrils.
Right.
He made woman from the man, and the man gives her that life.
Right.
Where does it say that
Get
he
out.
breathed life into the woman? It's a different type of flesh.
Right.
It's a different type of flesh. Because man came from the dust of the ground.
Right.
Women came from the side of man. And it's a different type of spirit. Because God breathed the breath of life into man directly, but he didn't do that to the woman. He didn't do that to the woman. And the foundation of disordered marriages, while I will not take the responsibility off the man, I hate that I have to do this sometimes, but I feel like I have to do it so that those who will receive it will receive the rest of it. The woman's part is so much more substantial than they realize, that they forget the honor that they have in fulfilling that role. And dare I say, because when we read the slide that I have, the power that they have in applying that to direct their marriage the way they want it.
Right.
When I read the slides, it'll explain itself. The woman, in many respects, for what she's seeking from her husband, she's the one that's in charge and control of that. Because the man will respond to how she responds with the respect and honor.
Right.
And when a man feels respected and honor, all the things that she wants will come naturally.
Facts.
And respect and honor is not that you do the basic things that are required in the house.
Right. Bring it out.
It's not. But we're going to talk about that. Where did I say go?
The book of Ezekiel, chapter 13 and verse 17. Likewise, thou son of man, set thy face against the daughters of thy people, which prophesy out of their own heart, and prophesy thou against them.
Right. So it says they prophesy out of their own heart, meaning the things that they think it should be and what they want it to be. And he says, you got to prophesy against them. Right. So we're going to talk about certain aspects of this, right? So let's read these slides first. Come on, bring the slides up. Bring the slides up.
A submissive woman actually controls the man.
Right. Now, don't get it twisted as I read this. I'm going to run this all back biblical and I'm going to connect my dots. All right? I got to give that disclaimer.
Yeah, disclaimer.
Because right now you got some brothers that's like, what you mean a woman controls the man?
Yep.
Cloud, have mercy.
Hold it. And that's the maladjusted man.
Right.
Right.
Bring it out.
Because the spiritual man will understand what I'm saying. Bear with me. And there's sisters that's thinking control.
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. You ain't never lied.
It's not what you think. I'm gonna tell you something. Women have a lot of power in the marriage and in the relationship.
Out.
If the man's a simp, she can use that power to manipulate him.
Right.
If the man is grounded and rooted in God and stays in his frame, it's not going to be a good time for her.
Right.
But she still can steer the marriage for what she wants from her husband in the right direction if she focuses on her. They're always focusing on the man, change the man, what the man needs to change. There's no provision for that in the scriptures, all right? I'm going to show you that, but let's read this. Come on.
A submissive woman actually controls the man. The sentence alone filters intelligence.
That right. So what I just explained, I had to explain it before we read that part.
Right.
Because it filters intelligence. It filters where your understanding is at as far as marriage. And dare I say the power dynamics in marriage. Because there is a power that a woman has. And I'm going to show you that because Corinthians says, therefore does a woman have power over her head. But I'm going to explain what that, I've explained it before many years ago, but I'm going to explain what that means later today. Let's go. Or later tonight, in a little while.
Gotta sift that whole sieve.
I'm going to try. I'm going to do my best with the limited time and limited attention spans that we tend to have.
Nah, they locked in right now.
All right. The sentence alone filters intelligence. Come on.
Most will never get it. A few will.
Right. And that's who my message is for the few that will. Because I know that I don't like to speak in generalities, but generalities arise just such as stereotypes from some measure of truth. And like they're not fabricated, right? Like it's not like they're totally made up. They might not be the case for every single group, but they're there for a reason. Right. And that's why we laugh at them when they said, because they're funny, because
there's some truth in it.
There's some truth to it, right? Yep. Most will never get it, a few will. Come on.
Men don't fold for noise. Not for loud mouths, not for attitude, not for ego and heel.
Your loud mouth does not make me fold. The noise that you provide will not make a man fold. The attitude you give does not make a man fold, right? Go ahead, come on.
That turns off real men.
Right.
Because what happens is, we're going to discuss the power of chaste conversation and what chaste conversation really is. And you could think of tonight's show as layers. Like I said, I'm not going to be able to cover it ever in one class. I'm not going to be able to cover it ever in one show, which is why we're going to start doing the other segment, right? The marriage hour segment, to hopefully have a
sift the
sieve and have a continuation of it, right? That turns off real men, and I'm going to tell you why. It's a masculine spirit.
Yep.
And how can you connect and want to be affectionate, revealing, confide in a woman who has characteristics that are manly? I'm not hugging my friends and the brothers that I'm close with. I don't seek that type of, the bond that you have with men is different. And what you get from a wife, that's not what you want. And when her posture challenges your authority, the reaction you get is distance from the man.
Yep.
Because masculinity doesn't attract masculinity. Right? And I'm not talking about gay sex. That's a whole nother type of spirit. But masculine energy doesn't attract masculinity. That's why gay guys tend, for the most part, to be very flamboyant. Yes, there's some homo thugs, right? But deep down, they have those feminine qualities to them, right? Masculinity does not attract masculinity, right? It triggers a response of the warrior inside the man.
Right.
Yep.
And that's why you get this combatant. But intelligent men realize, I'm not going to go to battle with this woman this way, right? Some brothers do, right? So what he winds up doing is he adjusts by staying away from that masculine energy, right? And this is where you'll find the man kind of separate a little more. Maybe he don't talk as much to you about certain things and stuff like that. And, you know, because he knows the type of energy that's there, right? And let me make something clear, and this may come out in other contexts. Women deal with things by talking about them. Men don't like to talk about stuff.
No.
Not just because it's a byproduct. I'm not saying that you shouldn't as a man. But what I'm saying is women just want to talk and get it off their chest. They're not necessarily looking for a solution. That's why, like, a woman will come to, right, like you'll, you know, like my wife will come to me and I'm talking and I'm providing solutions. And it gets frustrating. So now I got to mitigate that sometimes when I'm aware and focused, and I'll be like, "Do you want me to just listen,
right?
Man.
Or would you like me to provide
some type of
a perspective of solution for you?"
Right. Yeah.
And I got to remember to always say that because, I mean, and sometimes it works. Like there's been instances she's like, "No, I just want you to listen." I'm okay.
Cool. At least you know what's up.
I mean, I'll try. Inside, I'm problem solving.
Exactly.
That's our nature,
Right.
dude.
A spiritual man judgeth all things.
Man.
Right.
And that's how we express love.
Right.
By solutions, right? By fixing stuff, by doing stuff, right? Right. Let me help you, right?
Not helping you be in your feelings.
But and I think women don't understand that. So they think like, "Oh, well, you don't talk to me about these things." I'm not saying that some men don't talk to their wife about things. But it's a different type of dynamic that they have when they do. It's a stronger foundation that they have. Right. But generally, that's not a guy's thing. We seek to find a solution. And generally speaking, we know that, I'm not saying women don't provide a perspective. They can. They can. But generally speaking, we are aware that women are emotional and they don't really provide solutions. They provide emotional responses.
Right.
So a lot of times as a wife, you're talking to your husband and he's kind of giving, like it seems dismissive, but he sees a solution.
He calculated.
And he's calculating and that's him loving you.
Right.
And you don't see it that way. You don't see it that way. All right. But anyway, go ahead. Keep reading on the slides.
But a calm woman, a respectful woman, a cooperative, feminine woman, she doesn't argue for power. She never has to. One soft sentence from her moves, decisions, direction, and destiny.
This is the power that she does have.
There's a lot of power
in her
there.
Chaste conversation, right? Go ahead, come on.
That's Bible.
Submission isn't weakness. It's influence disguised as peace.
Look at that. Women have an influence over their husband. I'll put it that way.
Right.
Women have an influence over their husband. For the sake of time, I'm not going to go to it, but you read in Ezra's with Zerubbabel, and they talk about what's the strongest thing of all, right? The second strongest thing is alcohol, right? But the strongest thing is women.
Right.
And he gives you the worst examples, right? Because he says, doesn't a man do this? Doesn't a man do that? Doesn't he do this? But if a woman can understand those words and those verses, right? And maybe when I do the marriage hour, I'll bring that out and spend some time talking about that. If a woman can understand that and then in righteousness apply that, right? Because that doesn't change. That dynamic doesn't change.
Right.
She'll realize the power that she has in her submission. I dare say, and I'm just going to throw this number on it just so we can have a reference to it, right? So I can quantify it to some. I dare say that 99.999% of women in this truth
Cloud Hammers
have not properly submitted to their husbands. Top to bottom. Top to bottom. Because if you did, you would have the man in the marriage that you envision, right? Not the worldly, him doting on you and you're the center of the universe thing.
Right.
But you would get what you want because you'll understand that the submission, therein lies your key to access to the love that you want from your husband.
Right.
Right? But none of you have done it. You think submission is I cook, I clean, I iron,
and I shut up.
right? I shut up. I don't complain about this. Nope, that's not what we're looking for, right? I'll take it because it'll provide peace, right? And I can focus on my other things, right? But what does he say? A what? A psychological
advantage older than empires.
Come on, next slide.
A man will bleed for a woman who brings him peace.
Right. So this goes with Second Ezra.
Yeah, First Ezra.
A man will bleed for a woman that brings him peace. Go ahead, come on.
But he won't lift a finger for a woman trying to compete.
Right.
And that's what really happens. That's why I say there's not real submission, right? For example, when you always want to explain yourself as a woman, I'm not saying there's a time and an opportunity to explain yourself, but when you always want to explain yourself, that's not submission.
Where's the
That's
bombs
competing
at?
with him.
That's right.
They don't know. You got babies in there who aren't married. There's only one married brother in there. You got babies in there who aren't married, right? They got Google eyes for the sisters that they're interested in. They don't freaking know. They're caught up in romance.
Oh my gosh.
Come on.
Women think power lives in attitude. Wrong.
Come on.
Power lives in softness.
What does the scripture say? A soft answer
answer
turneth away. Read that.
Right.
A soft answer turneth away wrath. You want to gain the warrior that's your man, because even the brothers that aren't refined in their spirit as warriors, right? The spirit is in them to be warrior-like. So it's still triggered. Their response may not be warrior-like. It might be effeminate. They might be simpish, right? But it's in every man, right? So you think that power lives in attitude. It's wrong. Power lives in softness, right? Go ahead, read this.
The book of Proverbs, chapter 15 and verse 1.
Come on.
A soft answer turneth away wrath.
A soft answer turns wrath. Not a nasty answer. Not an answer where you're insubordinate or disrespectful with your face and your emotions. Not when you talk under your breath. Not a strong, aggressive answer. Even if in my mind I know that you're a woman, you got boobs and a vagina and long hair and all that stuff, all the energy that you're bringing forth triggers something primal in me that you being a man right now and you're challenging me.
Right.
Whether you realize that you're challenging me or not, you are challenging me. You are challenging that man.
Right.
And what you get from that is not what you're looking for. That's not the way to do it, right? Power lives in softness. Come on.
That's how a man bends without ever feeling broken.
Right, and that's the difference. You don't demand shit. Pardon my language. Right? I know when I'm gonna bring my verses, right? I'm reading this first so that now when we go back later and we read Peter's, you can understand the levels to that Chaste conversation, right? Go ahead, come on.
Loud women get attention. Feminine women get commitment.
Oh, have mercy. That's crazy.
Come on.
Different behaviors, different results, different ceilings. Masculine men don't respond to pressure.
That's why that's why you feel frustrated. Oh my God, nothing's changing. Because you're not doing it the right way.
Right. You got to start with you, like you said.
You got to start with you. Go ahead, come on.
They respond to peace.
Men respond to peace. Men respond to peace. So I'll give you an example. A woman, in her anger and pride, will give some form of the silent treatment. She starts to talk less, be less combative, and she's doing it because she's frustrated, right? She feels like, I can't get through to this guy. And then she instinctively starts to notice, it seems like when I'm like that, the man is nicer to me because things are peaceful.
Right.
Not because you're doing it to be spiteful, but out of it, he got peace. So this natural inclination comes, right?
Right.
Let me move a certain way because he's responding to the peace. How he gets the peace don't really matter at the end of the day, but he got the peace. So he starts to act different. He's in a better mood. And instead of making the connection that, oh my God, if I just acted like this in submission, this is how he'd be all the time, you revert back to your loud mouth, nasty self that you always got to say stuff.
You better shut your black lips.
That's a fantastic soundbite. Go ahead, the next slide.
Women didn't lose power randomly. They lost it trying to imitate
There
men.
it is.
Get me that as in Jeremiah about
That's
a new
it.
thing, a woman will compass a man.
That's it.
Give me that, right? Come on. While he's looking for that, I'll read it. It says, the women who stayed feminine, they never lost influence, right? They ruled quietly, meaning they were able to exert their influence and they were able to bring this stuff out in a manner where you're going to see the power, like when we go and we read 1 Peter 5 in a little bit, right? Go ahead, come on. 1 Peter 3. But go ahead, come on. Next slide while he looks for the scripture. All right. Did you find it?
Yeah, 22. Jeremiah 31.
Yeah, come on, read that.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 31 and verse 22. How long wilt thou go about, O thou backsliding dog?
Right. Oh, that back. Go back to the other slide real quick because now I got to get my thought back. He was turning pages so much. I was like,
my bad.
It's all right. You good. Yeah, I know you had to look for it. Go ahead. Come on.
For the Lord have created a new thing in the earth.
Right. Remember, it said the women who stayed feminine, they never lose that influence, right? Go ahead. Come on.
A woman shall compass a man.
When you try to imitate men, what you get is the disorder in the man. You're never going to get your way trying to deal with it in that worldly, manly fashion.
Facts.
Right? This is what it means to say women were complementary to men. They were supposed to provide a different energy. And the dynamic in the home does not function when the woman brings that masculine energy. And it doesn't have to be the extreme forms of that she's grabbing her crotch. Like we had one brother on the East Coast. His wife be grabbing her crotch when she cursed him out.
With the Timbs on?
With the Timbs on.
Cloud Hammers.
Right? It says a woman will compass a man. It says that's a new thing, right? That's the feminist movement. That's that feminist movement, right? Go ahead. Next slide. Is that in that verse?
Yeah.
Okay, come on. Let's read the slide.
A submissive woman doesn't demand provision.
You don't demand anything, to be honest with you, right? And the right way is you do it in the submissive fashion. Come on.
A man offers it.
Right. And how does he offers it? He offers it when you're in submission and he has peace. Willingly, without you ever having to ask for it.
Right.
And you ever heard of suggestive? I forgot there's another term to it, but it's basically where it's like a suggestive ask. And it's kind of like Inception, where the man thinks it's his idea or a person thinks it's his idea, but what you really did was suggest it and they went for it, right? A woman that's in submission and in her feminine energy, she knows how to wield that thing properly, right? And I'm not saying, remember, I said earlier, I said a woman that's not in the right spirit, and if she has a man that's a simp, she'll use it to manipulate him, right? But if you're doing it in a godly sense, right? She'll get what she wants out of the marriage because the man's never going to simp down.
Right.
He's just going to provide the masculine energy and authority and guidance and protection and provision, right? That he was always meant to provide, right? And a man will do his minimum out of this. Men have this sense. I've mentioned this before. When I went back to college in my 30s for the field that I was going into, I had to take ethics and jurisprudence. And one of the things that stood out in that class is that they said, men tend to do the right thing sometimes just for the sake of doing the right thing because that's ingrained in us, right?
Yeah.
Like most men are honorable, right?
Yeah.
That's why it's so anger-inducing when a brother is a dishonorable, disloyal brother, right? Because men innately have this sense of duty that women tend to lack. And it's fine. It was made that way. The man provides that, right? Most men, whether with the truth or not, will generally do the right thing for the sake of doing the right thing. It's the code of manliness and masculinity that we have, generally, right? There's obviously examples where
Outliers.
all over the place, right? Where good amount. I would say probably in the 20% range that aren't innately like that.
1/3.
Right? Probably, right?
Yeah.
But really, most of us have that in us, right? So a woman doesn't have to change that or bring that to a man. She just needs to fulfill her role. You have to understand that when we get into this part about headship, God is the one that deals with the man. God is the one that changed the man. What a woman does have is influence by her behavior, not to manipulate her husband, but to bring out the things that's naturally in the man that he'll have towards the woman in that energy. She'll never have to ask for those things if she fully submits because he'll provide it naturally.
Right.
Especially a man that's studying and understands the scripture and his role, right? But go ahead, come on. Not because he's forced.
Not because he's forced, because it feels natural, instinctive. Right.
Right. It won't feel like you're making me do something.
Right.
I want to do it.
I want to do it because of how you are with me. Right? Go ahead. Next slide.
She doesn't control him loudly. She controls the environment he thrives.
And that is the distinction of the power that I want you to understand. When I say power and influence, it's not over him. God, Christ is his head.
Right.
Christ is the man's head.
Right.
And what that means is God is the one that controls the man. God is the one that has the authority over him through Christ, right? What the woman controls is the environment. And the environment can be one that he thrives in or one that he needs to make adjustments to survive in. All right?
Right.
So you can either create the environment and sustain it that he can thrive and you get everything you ever wanted, or you're going to try to control him and what you'll get is the survival version of him. All right? Still present, still there, still doing what he needs to do.
Duty,
right?
But you don't get that extra.
But you don't get the extra, right? Go ahead, come on.
And a man will protect, provide, and build for the place he feels strong.
Yes.
Right.
You will protect that thing. You will act like that is, you will bleed for that. You will bleed for that.
That goes.
See, listen, and let me tell you something. This is absent. Don't think because, oh man, I sex him down or whatever. That's transient.
Right.
Sex, at best, if you did it every day with your spouse. And I'm gonna be realistic here, right? Remember one time I brought this out to Rain. He thinking he's going 45 minutes every time.
Come on.
Oh, shoot.
At best, let's be realistic. It's 20 to 30 minutes out of 24 hours in a day.
Right.
At best. Some of you brothers, it's a good 8 minutes.
If that.
Right?
If that.
Right? If you got a long, drawn-out session, 20 to 30. I'm trying to be on the aggressive side, right?
Right.
And then what do you do for the other 23 and a half hours?
You got to sit with that person.
Yeah.
Right? What do you do for the other
Be in
23 and a
that
half hours?
environment.
So this is absent the sex part, right? Don't think that I'll sex him down and he's going to protect, provide, and build for that. No. He needs to have an environment that he can thrive in.
Right.
And when he feels that, and when he feels that peace at home, when he feels that sort of thing going on, and trust me, he'll find his peace, but it might not be in the environment.
Right.
And that's when he feels distant and this and that is because
Coming home
he's
late.
finding the peace somewhere. He's finding the peace somewhere, right? And I'm not even talking about that he's going outside the marriage and stuff like that. I'm saying he's finding his mode and his routine that provides him the peace that he needs.
Right. To get done what he needs to get done.
To get done what he needs to get done, right? Next slide.
That slide right there goes into Proverbs 14:1.
Yeah, I got it for later.
Okay,
Come on.
A submissive woman doesn't lose power. She weaponizes it. Few will ever understand.
Right. And I take a little thing with the weaponized part, but I look at it from the positive perspective is, and I'm bringing it out when I go into 1 Corinthians, this is the power that a woman has over her head. The power that she has ultimately is to be in submission, like God says, right? It's kind of like you're going across a bridge and then the other side gets blocked off and you can't go back. You only have one direction to go in, right? So my power is either to stay still or move in the other direction, right? The power that she has is to be in submission. Put the slides up. Stop showing me this stuff. I need the slides. You guys are moving. Why is this on my screen? I can't see it. All right. So it says few will ever understand what's really being said here. Come on, next slide. That's it on that. Okay, great. Now, let me get Ephesians 5:22. Show you something. What time is it? Okay, we good. Ephesians 5:22.
The book of Ephesians, chapter 5 and verse 22. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands, as unto the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church, and he is the Savior of the body.
No woman, or 99.999% don't understand this. They don't understand submit yourselves to your own husbands. Or rather, I would say, if they have any measure or an inkling of seeing through the veil of what this means, is they only understand submit yourself to your husband, but not how to apply it. It doesn't say submit yourself to your husband. It says submit yourself to him as unto the Lord. And then it gives the example, for the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church. This is supposed to help the woman to understand, because he's talking to the wives here. He says wives, right? He says wives. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ. That's supposed to be something so that you understand that.
Right.
And you understand how powerful it is and the levels of submission that it needs to be, right? And it says he's the savior of the body. Why? Because the 144,000 are men, are they not?
They are.
They are.
The flock of God's pasture, the Bible says, are men, are they not?
They are.
Yes, it's true.
There is no kingdom of heaven without the 144,000 men.
That part.
There is no kingdom of heaven. There is no line to God and Christ for you as a woman. It's not going to be like Wonder Woman with the Amazons and Themyscira and all this other stuff and women ruling everything. Women will not get the glory that is, because they do have glory promised to them in the kingdom, right? Says they'll be built like palaces and all that other stuff, right?
Yep.
Until men get it. And they're not going to get it being dishonorable to the men and thinking that they're going to slide in.
Bars.
There's a order, there's a structure to how it happens. So when it says he's the savior of the body, that goes into their saviors will be on Mount Zion. Without the men putting the effort, the work, literally putting themselves out on the line, right? No sister gets anything. Ones that die married or unmarried or whatever it is, right? None of them. None of them, not a one. And until you can really embrace that, then you realize that your relationship with God hinges on the men being successful.
Right.
Whether you're married to them or not. Hinges on the men being successful. And that's facts. That's Bible.
That's heavy. Yeah.
Last time I went over a topic like this, you have freaking cornballs in the comments, and they weren't with us, but it was Christian cornballs. Simp asses trying to defend the women and talking about that's out of order, this and that, trying to post clips and segments of what I said to make it seem like we're abusive to women and stuff. Read your freaking Bible, and you understand that those things are plain, what it says.
Right.
But you understand it at work, right? You understand that there's a boss. You understand that there's a CEO. You understand that there's a president of the country and all of that. And without those things, everything devolves into
And you're
chaos.
looking for their favor in order to go up in rank or promotion or whatever.
Okay. But unto the Lord is the hinge of submission. Unto the Lord is the hinge of submission. Get 1 Peter 3 and 5. Not even dealing with the conversation piece yet. 1 Peter 3 and 5.
The book of 1 Peter, chapter 3 and verse 5. For after this manner, in the old time, the holy women also, who trusted in God.
What did it say? It said they trusted in God. The holy women trusted in God. Most sisters will stop right there and they say, see, I trusted in God, not this nooker right here.
Dang.
Go ahead, come on.
Who trusted in God, adorned themselves.
Adorn themselves in what?
Being in subjection unto their own husband.
They adorn themselves in the subjection, into the Ephesians 5:22 that we just read. But it makes the tie that they trusted in God enough to submit the way God said that they should submit.
They understood the assignment.
They understood the assignment. 99.9999999% of the sisters today do not understand that assignment.
Right.
Sisters that sit right here. You don't know how many sisters I've heard where they'll tell you after they're married, they thought they understood submission and they don't understand it. They thought they understood submission and they don't understand it. And they don't. And they don't. And so what? You didn't know, but now you got to learn. And now you got to submit. Right? Go ahead. Keep reading. Come on.
Even as Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Lord.
And then he uses that as an example. He says you need to understand that submission means even as Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Lord, not just saying Lord, entitled Lord. Ephesians 5:23 gave the example of the same way Christ is the man's head, that's your head.
Right.
So how do you have that access to Christ? Through the man.
Right.
Through the man. Go ahead, come on.
Whose daughters ye are, as long as ye do well.
Right. He says, whose daughters you are as long as ye do well. What's the well that he's talking about? The subjection. Go ahead, come on.
And are not afraid with any amazement.
You're not afraid of that order and that subjection, right? Hey, that's a funny one. You could put that up, right? This is my hope, actually, that sisters get to this point. Go ahead. Show that.
You're reading Proverbs and start to realize you have a lot in common with this fool that keeps getting mentioned.
Right. You have a lot in common.
That's
right?
Quisha.
Crazy.
Right. So, in order to understand the subjection as unto the Lord, and what we read here in Peter's, that it says, for after this manner, right, they trusted in God and adorned themselves, being in subjection to their own husbands, right? And what it says about Abraham. Now, first, let me give you the example. How do we know that Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Lord? Get Genesis 18:12. Get Genesis 18:12.
The book of Genesis, chapter 18 and verse 12. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself, saying, after I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure, my Lord being old also?
Right. So notice she said it and she understood it. And so we know that she referred to him as Lord, right? Because this instance, you hear it and you see it. I've said that sisters will love to refer to their Lord as their Lord to other sisters.
Right.
But in the environment that they're actually able to control and influence, they don't treat him like the Lord.
Right.
Bring it out!
That's real.
To be in subjection to him, calling him Lord, is to understand that it hinges on this one thing. If you understand that it says, get Ephesians 5:22 again before I make my point.
The book of Ephesians, chapter 5 and verse 22. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands, as unto the Lord.
As unto the Lord. Jump to verse 32.
Verse 32.
This is why it gets hard. Go ahead, come on.
This is a great mystery, but I speak concerning Christ and the church.
Right. He's saying you have to understand, and I tell people all the time, I even tell brothers who struggle with their marriage, I tell sisters who struggle with the conflict, spend your time in your studies understanding what Christ represents to Israel, right? Because this is what it says, the church and the Lord, and that dynamic, and then realize what role you play in that dynamic,
right?
And embrace that, and then live that same dynamic in your marriage, and you'll unlock the mystery of marriage. But the thing is, I've often said this, it is 50-50 in the sense that the woman has to fulfill her part of the marriage, not the 50-50 like we split chores, we do all this other stuff, and the man has to fulfill his part. Unless that masculine and that feminine are fulfilled,
right,
the marriage will never be what it could be.
It'll never be whole.
And what it should be, right? I don't want to say it'll be holy because remember it says
whole.
It'll never be fully whole, right? It'll never be fully whole, right? Though you said holy. It's that country drawl that you have sometimes.
That's what it is.
Right. Okay. I don't hear it all the time, right? So he says, but I speak concerning Christ and the church. But go ahead, come on, keep reading.
Nevertheless, let every one of you in particular so love his wife even as himself.
Right. So then he says, nevertheless, understanding it's a mystery. I'm trying to give you something that'll help you unwrap the mystery. Go ahead, come on.
And the wife see that she reverence her husband.
So what really should be happening when you say, wives, submit yourselves unto... See, most women won't admit that they don't have any idea what submission is.
Right.
And I think first and foremost, it starts with that. You need to take stock. Even if you think you know in part, you have to stop and at least acknowledge that you only know in part. And say, I don't understand submission. So in my studies, that's if they study at all, right? The best thing that a sister can study that's married or that's seeking to get married is understanding what submission to her husband as unto the Lord is. Right? You got a lot of wives and be like, oh, what should I study? What should I study? Submission until you can apply it, right?
Yes, sir.
But knowing is only half the battle. Knowing is only half the battle. G.I. Joe, right? Knowing is only half the battle. Right? Knowing comes from knowledge, right? But wisdom is the application of the knowledge, right? And women think they know what submission is. But I'm going to tell you ultimately, again, you're not going to get it in one shot. Men understand when we hear that Christ is our head and we understand that we can only get salvation through Christ. What's your next question as a man?
What do I need to do?
What's next?
I love my brothers. Asher didn't know. The baby was like, look at him. He's like,
John 14.
He was like, right? So as a woman, understanding that you need to submit to your husband as unto the Lord, your next question is then, what does God require, or what does Christ require of my husband? Because what I need to do is parallel that with him, is him as the Christ head image in the house, right? So your question then should be is, what does the Lord require? If I need to submit to him as unto the Lord, what does the Lord require? And you don't ask him that. Not initially. You need to understand it biblically first. Then it can get fine-tuned by asking him his particulars.
Customize it. Yeah.
But there is something that God says is required. That's why he says as unto the Lord. You need to get those requirements down first before you, I need to know what food he likes. I need to know how he likes his shirts folded.
The nuances.
That's the nuance.
Right.
That's not the foundation of submission. So you can do those things and not have the part as unto the Lord here and have dysfunction in the environment of the home that you're trying to create.
It's heavy.
So you have to understand it biblically. So one of my favorite examples, and this used to be my pattern when I would be at camp in the Bronx back in the day, was once people were like, oh, snap, and they would ask that question, I would tell them, well, this is what your next steps are. Deuteronomy 10 and 12. Deuteronomy 10 and 12.
Oh, yeah.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 10 and verse 12. And now, Israel, what doth the Lord thy God require of thee? But to fear the Lord thy God. Page sticky. To walk in all his ways, and to love him, and to serve the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul.
Right. So if submission is as unto the Lord, then what we read here, right? What we read here is he's asking for reverence. Right? The Lord is asking for reverence. Remember, it says, submit to your husband as unto the Lord. For women to understand submission, they need to understand what the Lord requires of their men.
Right.
And the Lord requires of their men what you read here. And what you really need to read between the lines in verse 12 here is it requires reverence, fear. But let me show you the fear that I'm talking about. Did I give y'all some definitions? Hello, help me out. Where did I say I wanted to go with these?
Yeah, we got it.
Okay. All right. Now, read definition 1 first, because we hear fear. I want you to understand that fear in this biblical sense means respect. Right? Means respect. It goes, and reverence and respect are not the same thing. I'm going to tell you that right now.
Okay.
You can't have respect without reverence. I'll say that. Respect is an offshoot of reverence. Reverence is something higher. It's a veneration. It's something more. But fear means respect, right? And it doesn't mean you fear your husband. It doesn't mean number 1. Read definition 1.
Number 1, a distressing emotion aroused by impending danger, evil, pain, etc. Whether the threat is real or imagined. The feeling or condition of being afraid.
It's not that. It's not that. Now let's go to number 4. Go ahead, come on.
Reverential awe.
This is what I mean by I say respect's an offshoot of reverence.
Right.
Reverential awe. Go ahead, come on.
Reverential awe, especially toward God.
Especially towards God. And then it uses words like veneration, reverence, respect, and awe. Where did I say I wanted to go after this? Did I have my notes on that? Huh? Nothing else? Okay. So I want you to understand that piece of it, right? Obedience. When you read Deuteronomy 10 and 12, obedience, right? So now we're understanding what subjection unto the Lord means like, right? It's reverence. It's fear, which really means respect. When God says to fear him, he means respect his authority.
Right.
Right.
That's right.
It means respect his authority. It doesn't necessarily mean you tremble at everything with him, though he is something to be frightful and fearful. The manifestation of the type of fear that he's speaking about is that you respect him. Right. Like, you know, he's not somebody to F around with.
Right.
Or you will find out.
Right? Or you'll find out. And by extension, what comes from that is obedience, and then wholeheartedness, and then service without rebellion. Right? So, but what does wholeheartedness mean? Right? Let's look that definition up. Come on.
Wholeheartedly, with the utmost sincerity, enthusiasm.
Because that's what he says when he says, with all thy heart and with all thy soul.
Right.
Women do not, that's why I say, you don't love your husband like that. Be real. You better find that love.
Right.
You better find that love for when you sit on that judgment seat, and because you know you got to be judged for how you were as a wife too, right?
Right.
Just like we got to be judged as how we were as a husband. You got to be judged as how you were by yourself, though. By your damn self. You got to sit down in that judgment seat.
Right. So you got your own salvation.
Right. And you can't be, oh, but he was like this, so I did that. And he would say this, so I did that. And he never talked about his faults, or it's like he thought he could do nothing wrong. You're damn right until you do what you need to do. There's nothing for you to talk to me about me. Because the way you get me to change is that you change your ways, and then God will put it in my spirit to manifest.
Facts.
That part.
What you're looking for.
Heavy.
When you do that, God's surely going to set your man the way he needs to be set.
Right.
Oh.
And I'm going to give you a little secret. If you're not doing it wholeheartedly, that's why I've tried that and he hasn't changed. You haven't been wholehearted. Read the definition of wholehearted.
Wholeheartedly, with the utmost sincerity, enthusiasm.
Oh, my goodness.
Enthusiastically. Enthusiasms. Come on.
Commitment, etc.
Right. So it says with the utmost sincerity, enthusiasm, commitment, and etc. Was there anything else I said I wanted on wholeheartedly? Okay. All right. I'm not there yet. All right.
That sincerity means there's no other ulterior motives involved but to serve that purpose.
Yes. Exactly. Right. It's and it goes into when it says in Deuteronomy 28 how because we didn't serve him with joyfulness and gladness in our heart.
That's good.
Wholeheartedly.
So you have to rejoice in that. So wholeheartedly is with the utmost sincerity. So some sisters will say, well, you know, I am obedient, right? I do respect them, right? But it's not reverential respect, right? Which is a step above, okay? Reverence is extreme awe, right? As unto God, right?
Right.
And the scripture says, as unto the Lord, right? And then it says with wholeheartedness. A lot of times it's half-assed. It's not with wholeheartedness.
Deep. And there's an example, if I could show it real fast, one scripture. 2 Chronicle, I'll read it for you, 25:2. And this is referring to a particular king. Look what it says here. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, but not with a perfect heart. Not with a perfect heart.
Good script, baby. Good script.
No enthusiasm. Something was missing, basically.
Yeah.
Something was missing.
Yeah.
She was just going through the motions.
Right.
That's
Checking
called-
boxes.
That's called lukewarm.
Damn.
That's called
Where the
lukewarm.
bomb at? Oh, my God.
That's called lukewarm. You know, I know I take great pains to explain, but I think sometimes people fall off. Like I build on what I say when I teach.
Yeah.
Right.
And you got to kind of remember what I said before because it all
Brought it
connects
back full
later,
circle.
right? It comes back full circle. And I think people who've watched my teaching style enough, they get that. The ones who get the most out of the stuff I bring out, they get that and they'll see the dots that I'm connecting. A lot of us have selective hearing, though, so you only hear certain aspects of it, and you don't get that whole thing, right? And then service. God, when what God requires of us is to be in service to him. So yes, as a woman unto the Lord, you're meant to serve your Lord, right? You're meant to serve your Lord. It's not without its benefits. It's an if-then relationship, right?
That's right.
If you do these things, then I get these parts, right?
Right.
But women try to flip that, and they think that their power lies in saying, no, if you do these things, then you get the submission
Right.
from me. He wants service. That's called rebellion.
Yeah, that's witchcraft.
God requires of us as men service without rebellion. So likewise, when Ephesians 5:22 says, submit yourselves unto them as unto, it don't just say submit yourselves. He tells you very particularly what type of submission he wants, the same as unto the Lord. And this is just one example, but if you look at many verses that may come to your mind, it tells you how we are to submit to God.
Yeah.
And when you realize that this is how the men need to submit, then the women need to come behind it and submit the same way we submit to God.
Right.
Everything will start to flow the way it needs to flow. Then you throw your nuance in. How do you like your eggs? How do you like your steak cooked? How do you like, how do you like the things arranged? How do you like this? How do you like that? What are you going to say, the baby?
I'm thinking about when the Lord says, you say that my ways aren't equal, but my ways are equal because the way we was dealing with him.
Right.
He said to love him, do all this, and you're going to prosper, right? Joshua 1:8.
Yes.
And we said, nah, nigga, I'm doing it this way.
Yep.
And the Lord has to come back and say, you say I'm not equal. My ways are equal. Your ways aren't equal.
Yes. Yes. It's like, is that Hosea 3 where he says, what's this? I've used this before too. Where he says, I'll turn away my face from you. 3 and 4. Come on.
The book of Hosea, chapter 3 and verse 4. For the children of Israel shall abide many days without a king, and without a prince, and without a sacrifice, and without an image, and without an ephod, and without a teraphim.
Right. So all those things that we need from God.
Right.
If you realize that the man represents Christ in the church, that all those things that we need from Christ, in your rebellion, you get none of those. The reason we abided all those days without it is because we rebelled against them.
Right.
So what you wind up not getting what you want out of your marriage because you rebel against the way God said you need to be in submission in your marriage, right? But then, so how do you fix that? Come on, next verse.
Afterward shall the children of Israel return and seek the Lord their God.
This is what it means when you read in Genesis. Get that in Genesis 3 about your desire shall be unto your husband, right?
The book of Genesis, chapter 3 and verse 16. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband.
Right, that goes with what we read in Hosea 3 and 5, where it says they will seek the Lord their God. Your husband represents that Christ headship to you.
Right.
So it says if you want all these things and that presence of the king, the prince, right? That represents rulership, guidance, provision, right? The sacrifice, which is the protection, right? Without an image, the image of what you want from your husband in the marriage, right? And without an ephod and without a teraphim, without the order and regulation that comes with it, it says you have to seek the Lord their God. So read verse 5, come on.
Verse 5, afterward shall the children of Israel return and seek the Lord their God and David their king. And shall fear the Lord and his goodness in the latter days.
Right, and the fear, because you know why that fear jives with the definition that I gave in the definitions, right? Is because it says afterwards, right, we'll fear him in the latter days. It doesn't mean trembling in terror. Right. It means that respect and reverence because we understand the consequence behind it, right? We ain't getting what we want being bullheaded and rebellious.
Right.
It didn't work for the Israelites, which is representative of the wife in the marriage, and it's not going to work for you.
Right.
That's it.
You going to tell God how you want things to be done? We made that covenant already. We made our agreement. He dictated the terms, and we said yes.
Signed it in blood.
Just like a marriage covenant.
Just like a marriage covenant. So you don't try to come on equal footing and negotiate terms for your submission. You understand that? It's just crickets,
Man,
these guys in here.
Crazy.
That's turn for your submission. It's crazy.
And that's what a woman does when she tries to bring things out. Let me see the videos I have. Let me see the videos I have. There was one by Abuela about the submission. You had it up. Just put them up because the little ones ain't helping me. Just put up the ones that you had up.
No submission, no peace.
No, you had it up. Don't you have it up in links? It's only here. You had one up where it said something that she was saying. You had it up earlier. That's it. Jesus Christ.
We love you, God.
I know I said video, but come on, work with me, guys.
Coño.
Work with me. I know. I haven't been here. They're not used to my flow. They got used to you guys. Although I heard you guys have been doing a fantastic job keeping the same energy of the show.
Praises.
Let me show you service with rebellion, right? Read this.
Wives, if your first instinct is to explain, you are not submitted.
So let's give an example. If your first instinct is to explain, you are not submitted. How many women, when you tell them their first thing is to explain, rather than to address the concern, I don't want your reason why you didn't do it. I want the confirmation of submission first, that you're
Right.
going to do it the right way. And then when the moment's right, maybe I'll hear you and you can explain yourself. But if your first instinct is to explain, you are not submitted. Stop, sisters, and let that ruminate in your mind. Muse upon that a little bit. All right? Click the next slide.
Explanation seeks agreement.
That when you explain, what you're trying to get is agreement. Oh, I understand why you did that. So let me give you an example. I prefer, and I'm going to keep it very vague, something a certain way.
Right.
You didn't do it, and your response is to explain to me why you didn't do it, because you want to explain your intention wasn't to not intentionally not do it.
Yeah.
There was a reason behind it. But if at the end of the day, the submission aspect of it still wasn't done, does it matter what your intent was?
You better shut your black lips.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Have you heard that term?
Man.
Yeah.
So if the outcome still results in a lack of submission, regardless of what your reason was, right? Sometimes the soft answer be like, you know what? You're right. I didn't do that. Whatever your reason was. Not you're right. I didn't do that because I was doing this, because I thought about this, because I had to take a crap, because I had to take a piss, because I forgot this, because I'm too stressed, because I'm overwhelmed, because I'm overstimulated, because I'm.
You didn't remind me.
And it's not that I don't care, but without the submission, I don't want to hear it. Do you think God wants to hear our reasons why?
Nope. Damn.
No. What does He require of us?
Obedience.
That's what it means to submit as unto the Lord, right? So explanation seeks agreement. When you want to explain, you want me to agree that you were justified in your lack of submission. That's what I'm telling you, sister. Submission is not a light thing. And do you know how I know that? She could say, well, you're not a woman, so you don't understand that. I submit myself to Christ every freaking day. And part of my submission to Christ is that I got to deal with you, and I can't walk away from that.
Bring it out.
And I'm not saying that every man should run from his responsibility. That's not it at all. But if we were in the world, what would you do? I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm out. That's the reality of it, right?
That's the easiest way.
Right. That's the easiest way, right? And you move on, and that's why we have this vicious cycle of broken homes, divorces, no marriages, right? So I'm not saying it's the right way, but that's what you would have done, right? So explanation seeks agreement, submission does not. Go ahead, come on.
God never asked Eve to explain herself.
Did He ask her to explain why she did what she did?
Hell no. Bro, that's crazy.
What did He ask for?
He asked for obedience.
That's it. That's what it means to submit yourself as unto the Lord. That's what, this is a tough pill for women to swallow. And I can say that unequivocally because remember, Ephesians 5:23 says that the man is like the Christ.
Right.
So guess what? Us as men understand that. So we understand the denying of our carnal selves that we have to do daily to serve Christ. Women have yet to apply that to the level that, and then you think you're ready for salvation in the kingdom. That's why it says the man is the savior. If that goes into Solomon, where he says not one of 1,000, because if he left it up to the women to be the saviors for us.
Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus. I mean, they proved a point with the abortion statistics.
Right. Women are built different.
Right.
Different flesh, different spirit. Right? Different flesh, different spirit. Right? Come on, next.
The need to clarify reveals resistance.
So service without rebellion, right? The need to clarify reveals resistance. Marinate on this. Meditate on this. Sisters, go back, take screenshots of this because you're going to forget it. When you want to clarify, when you want to explain, it reveals resistance. I'm not saying there's not a place for that. But in that moment, when we're addressing why it wasn't done, it just wasn't done. It just wasn't done. Nobody's saying that we know, but guess what? Nobody cares. Like the reality is, you think Christ cares that you got all this other stuff that you got to deal with, and you're gonna use that as your reason?
Right.
That's what it means to submit.
Man.
Right? Go ahead. Come on.
Order does not require consensus.
Say that again.
Order does not require consensus.
Come on. What does it require?
It requires alignment.
Genesis 3:16. Ephesians 5:22.
Right.
It requires alignment with what God requires. You don't realize that you've yet to embrace what submission. You only understand the nuance of submission of what your husband likes. You don't understand the way God said you need to submit to your husband. Right? Go ahead. Is there another slide? I'll read just the top part of that because he does say something, right? Most wives
believe they are submitted.
Come on.
Most husbands know something is off, but arguing proves nothing.
Right. So that was that part on that, right? Were there any more slide related things that I had from her? Or anyone else? No. Okay. I want to explain love. Damn, it's 10:17 already. I know I had my first path for the show, but I'm gonna spend some time on marriage. Like I said, I don't want to go past 11 because that's late for me and that's late for y'all. It's a long drive home. But
Hey, Deke, on those slides alone, there's segments that you could pull from. This is why we need the marriage hour.
I know. That's why I've been saving stuff because that's how I'm figuring. And I'll pick one slide and I can just kind of go in on that.
And the heavy part about this is, even though you're capitalizing on women, even when I'm getting more nuance in the submission aspect from me to the Lord, just understanding that by some of those things you're saying. Because it's like, shoot.
Right.
Like when we have these lame ass excuses on why we broke said commandment or whatever, God doesn't give a shit at all.
Right.
You did it.
Yep.
When the guy picked up the sticks, he didn't care why he did it. Yep. He was hungry or not.
Yep. Let me bring one more point, and then I'm gonna have to and then I'll do the definition of love. But then I need to go into the chaste part because that was the title, and I'm probably gonna continue this next week. Lord will, life lasts, right? Next week, yeah, next week is good because I know we got a new moon coming up. But even new moon, I guess we can still because new moon's on a Tuesday night, right?
Come on.
I think a lot of people forget about this verse, so you can understand the level of the authorities that the husband has, right? Let's get Numbers 30. Numbers 30, and we'll just go to 6.
The book of Numbers, chapter 30 and verse 6. And if she had at all an husband.
Now, mind you, when you read from the beginning, even the father has this authority over the daughter, right? But go ahead, come on.
When she vowed or uttered aught out of her lips, wherewith she bound her soul, and her husband heard it, and held his peace at her in the day that he heard it, then her vows shall stand, and her bonds wherewith she bound her soul shall stand.
Talking about when she's praying and she's making vows to the Lord, right? He says if he hears it, right, and he allows it, her vows stand. Go ahead, come on.
But if her husband disallowed her on the day that he heard it, then he shall make her vow which she vowed, and that which she uttered with her lips, of none effect. And the Lord shall forgive her. But every vow of a widow.
Do you hear what he said? The husband, has the authority to disavow her prayers.
Dang. That is some crazy, that's some power.
If that doesn't remind you, and some sisters may have never heard this because it's new. We used to bring this out quite a bit back in the day.
Yeah.
And I think some sisters might be like, oh yeah, I'm familiar with that. But I think we stopped speaking about this after some time. This is just one little example to give you the understanding of the level of authority that a husband, that submission, that headship that he has.
Right.
That thing is profound. Jump to verse 13.
Verse 13. Every vow and every binding oath to afflict the soul, her husband may establish it, or her husband may make it void.
Right. That, you know what that shows you?
That's power.
That shows you government. That shows you that the man is a covering. Right? It shows you that he has final authority on all things. And it exemplifies that headship, that Christ-like thing. That ain't romance. It's order first. It's really order, right? So I said marriage before romance. You got order before romance.
Right.
Now, well, I'm gonna continue on with a lot of them damn themes, right?
So Dick, so his authority isn't just bound to the earth.
No.
It transcends.
It transcends, right.
Yes. Yes.
Crazy. Right?
Yes. Let me get the definition of love, right? I think I said I wanted the AI overview, right? I should have probably noted some of this. I'm relying on you guys, and you guys are slow as hell with my stuff. All right, let's put this up. I'm trusting that this is what I wanted. Go ahead.
Love is a complex, multifaceted emotion and behavior characterized by deep affection, intimacy, passion, and commitment towards a person.
See, it's the commitment part that we're missing. We think about affection, we think about intimacy, we think about passion, but we don't think about commitment. This is the worldly understanding of love, right? Go ahead, come on.
Animal or concept. It acts as a major driver of human connection, encompassing feelings of trust, care, and protectiveness. Beyond feelings, it is a choice involving sacrifice, empathy, and active commitment to another's well-being.
And that aspects of it are there, but that's not what love is. Didn't I say
say
I want love biblically AI overview too? Did I not put that? Oh, there we go. All right. Now, what does the Bible? What does the Bible say love is?
Let's go. Bring the Bible.
Come on.
In the Bible, love, primarily agape.
Right?
in the New
Agape
Testament.
is the right way. Agape is a different word, right? Because you can pronounce it agape,
Right.
but it doesn't mean love. Agape means like a gap or something like that, right? Agape is the right way to pronounce it, all right? In the New Testament, that's the Greek word for it. Go ahead, come on.
Is defined as a selfless, sacrificial, or unconditional commitment.
And unconditional, not or.
And unconditional commitment to the well-being of others, modeled by God's love for humanity.
We really mean Israel, but this is Christian speak, so they say humanity, right? So biblical love, whenever you read love, right? I think it's in the Johns, in the First Johns or whatever. Is it First John 4 where it says God is love? And
four.
Right. So Christians read that and they think the first definition. Right. So when Christians read about love in the New Testament, they're not thinking agape. They're thinking love, the first definition. They're thinking romantic love. Right. Or familial love. Right. They're not thinking love the way the word really was intended. And so now agape translates to love, but then love in modern times has taken on its own definition. And I'm not saying that there isn't that other love, but that comes after, not before. Agape is the selfless sacrificial. Let's get Ephesians 5:23 again. What did it say? What did it say? Ephesians 5:23.
The book of Ephesians.
I definitely got to run this all back because I got to spend more time on it and stuff like that. But like I said, I have some stuff in me that I want to get out about marriage. So unless some wild stuff come out in the earth, I'm going to spend some time on this. Right. Next time I have an opportunity to teach, I'll probably go into this topic too a little more as well. But go ahead. Come on.
The book of Ephesians, chapter 5, verse 23. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Christ is the head of the church.
Come on.
And he is the Savior of the body.
Therefore,
as the church is subject unto Christ, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything.
Right. Keep reading. I think it's where he talks about how Christ gave himself for it and all of that. That's the point that I want. Go ahead.
Verse 25, husbands, love your wives, even as Christ also loved the church.
Right. So it's not talking about the love of what we first read with passion and affection and all this other stuff. That comes as part of the love, right? That's the Ecclesiastes 9 about the joyfulness, right? But it's talking about agape, which is the selfless, sacrificial, unconditional commitment to her well-being. Go ahead. Come on.
As Christ also loved the church and gave himself for
it, right? That's the agape love. So when you read love in the Bible, a lot of times we're thinking the love that romance, which comes from Rome, gave to us, right? And that's not the case. The foundational love is agape, right? That's the real love, right? And if you read there, it says agape is what?
is defined as a selfless, sacrificial, and
No, agape, selfless love.
agape, selfless love, the highest form of love.
So that's why I say the other love comes after. In our minds, we think the highest form of love is the romantic, sweet,
Cuddles,
cuddles,
kisses, hugs,
all this
45-minute
other stuff,
sessions.
45-minute sessions, right? What's time for that every day? 45-minute sessions. That's crazy work.
Can we finish reading the rest of the definition? Can we finish reading the rest of the definition?
Yeah.
Oh shoot.
The highest form of love is agape.
Right.
Go ahead. Come on.
Which is unconditional and active.
And I don't have time now, but I was going to spend time on 1 Corinthians 13, right? Because 1 Corinthians 13, charity is agape,
Right.
and it explains the characteristics of what the highest form of love is, right? Go ahead, come on.
Focusing on the needs of others.
That is the highest form of love. Because when you feed into somebody else, you get back, right? Is it 1 John 1 and 8? Where it says, is it 1 and 8 where it says, we love because he first loved us?
That's 1 John 4. The book of 1 John, chapter 4, and verse 19. We love him because he first loved us.
Right. Right. 1 John 1 and 8 is where we said we have no sin. We loved him because he first loved us, right? He showed us that agape, that highest form of love, right? And mind you, it says unconditional, but it's unconditional to the point of that we do the agreement. It's a sacrificial love, right? But the other forms of love are conditional because why? It wants to explain itself. It wants to say, if you do this, then I'll do that. If you do this, then I'll do that. But what you have to understand is that when you focus on agape, that's the conditions of even being together. So it's kind of like the non-negotiables that come without saying, and that we put those things as qualifiers when there shouldn't even be any type of connection if those things aren't met, right? When I brought that out, it's the same thing. So if you're not going to go into it with agape, then it doesn't matter, right? It's active, and it focuses on the needs of others. And when you feed into each other that way, then you wind up with what you need out of the relationship, right? Different levels. And then all the other layers of love come behind that, right? Then all the other layers of love come behind that. Now, what else did I have along this chain? I said I wanted to explain 1 Corinthians 11. I want to go to the Chaste conversation, but first let me explain one point. I'll have to come to 1 Corinthians 11. I'll have to follow up with that. Time just flew once I started talking about this. We've been talking about this going on an hour and a half now.
You cooking. You cooking.
Let me get 1 Corinthians 11. I'm going to explain this, and then I'm going to give my chaste piece, but I'm going to have to run this whole thing back. Mind you, I only had like 3-4 pages of notes, but just the explaining and giving the sense kind of makes it. So, my Bible, when you read 1 Corinthians 11, and as you get to verse 2, right before this is the covering of women's heads, right? Letting you know why he starts to talk about this, right? So, start at verse 2.
The book of 1 Corinthians, chapter 11 and verse 2.
Because remember, the slides we gave in the beginning, it spoke about the power, right, that the woman has and stuff. And I wanted you to understand what that power was. We hear power and we think manipulation and control and authority.
Right.
But I want you to understand what the power that the woman has is, which still aligns with the slides that I showed. Go ahead. Come on.
Now I praise you, brethren, that ye remember me in all things and keep the ordinances as I delivered them to you.
Right. So he says, keep the ordinances, which is the order, as I delivered them unto you. Come on.
But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ.
The head of every man is Christ, meaning that's the order. We're Christ, right? Go ahead, come on. You guys have that umbrella picture where it talks about the proper order, right? I think that would be a good visual to have up. If you can find it, right? Go ahead, come on.
But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man.
And because women don't understand Ephesians 5:22 about submit yourself as unto the Lord, this doesn't mean anything to them. And a lot of them get offended by this. And they'll say, yeah, I understand you're my head. No, you don't, because you wouldn't be freaking even saying that in this moment if you understood it. If you truly understood it, you would just live the way it is. And then you get everything that you ever dreamed of, right?
Except my preeminence.
Right. But, well, a woman in the spirit doesn't dream of that. Right?
All praises.
You see, I know he's traumatized. Pipe down before you get piped down with it.
That's crazy.
He's a miracle worker, ain't he?
Oh, that hurt.
That's crazy. Oh man.
Come on.
You want verse 4 or 5?
Keep reading 3.
Verse 3. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God.
Right, and the head of Christ is God. Now, hold on. Start at 7 now.
Verse 7. For a man indeed ought not to cover his head, for as much as he is the image.
You can put that up. While we're talking, you can put that image up. That's fine. You can use that one, right? So they can see the order, right? Go ahead, come on.
For as much as he is the image and glory of God, but the woman is the glory.
When he says, for as much as he's the image and glory of God, it's letting you know what I mentioned in Genesis 2, right? Where God formed a man, right? When it says that they were made after his image, the woman wasn't made after the image of God.
Right.
A lot of times, because the way it's worded, you get confused. Because when you read that verse, it says, man and woman created he them.
Yep.
They think that means the woman was made in God's image. It was not. It was only the man that was made in God's image. Right? The woman was clearly made from the man. Right? That's what it's like when you read that part, Genesis 2 kind of explains just those. It explains that Genesis 1, is it like 27, 28 where he says that? It explains it in detail.
Right. Expounds upon
it. It expounds upon it,
Yep,
right?
yep.
And they get confused when they hear that and they think that they were made in the image of God. Whip sisters, you were not made in the image of God.
Right.
Christianity has lied to you and the world has lied to you. When you read Genesis 2 and it expounds upon it, it doesn't say that. And it would do you good to understand what we're bringing out if you understand that, right? And the rebellious masculine woman is offended by what I said. But the woman that's in the spirit understands like, oh, snap, this is the way God made it. So my power is in submitting to that. But go ahead, come on. For as man, for a man ought need, start
For as much as he is the image and glory of God, but the woman is the glory of the man.
Why? Because of what you read in Genesis 2. I'm going through it quickly because I want to get to my chase part before I end the show for tonight. But I'm going to come back to this and we'll spend a little more time on it, Lord's will, next week. But go ahead, come on.
For the man is not of the woman, but the woman of the man.
And why is he reminding this? Because he's trying to remind that divine order, right? Go ahead, come on.
Neither was the man created for the woman, but the woman for the man.
And let me tell you, that verse 9, romance throws that off. The women want to be the center of the man's universe. And it's not. Christ is the center of our universe.
Right.
And it's not to say, going back to the burners, that we don't have attention that goes to the woman, right? Because Christ dotes on us, right? It says, God says his hands are outstretched to us all the day long.
Right.
He's looking for us. He's seeking for us. He's waiting for us, right? The prodigal son, when we return, he rejoices, right? When one repents, the angels rejoice, right? It sounds, when you take the emotion out of it and you look at it from the spiritual aspect, it doesn't sound cold and unruly. You realize that it's the highest form of love.
Right.
So you'll have women, I don't feel loved, I don't feel appreciated. It starts with you checking you first.
It puts it back in its function.
Yes.
We all serve a purpose.
And are you serving your purpose in its highest form? And then you'll see where all the other stuff that you're looking for comes from. It's not this negotiation of when you start doing these things and the things that are wrong with you, right? Then I'll give you what you need. No. And you do it wholeheartedly, not out of bitterness, not out of because you just got to do it. You have to have all those elements, because if you don't, then you don't get the intended result. This is what it means when we say, sisters, the Lord will deal with, when it says that without any fear or amazement, it's because you understand that God rules. If he rules in the kingdom of men, then you don't think he rules in your house?
Right.
And the reality is, if you want to look at it any other way, the only power you have is over yourself. You're kicking against the pricks when you're trying to change your husband, where the only real power you have is over you and what you do. And the only direction that you have for that power to affect godly change is that you go in the direction that God said.
Right.
Because if you go against what God said and in another direction, you're going to get disorder and chaos. Remember, we started this verse where he said with the ordinances, right? Go ahead, but keep reading, right? So the problem is verse 9. And that's why it has to be mentioned. Go ahead, come on.
Verse 10. For this cause ought the woman to have power on her head.
This doesn't mean that she has power over the man. It says for this cause ought the woman have power on her head, right? Come on.
Because of the angels.
What it's going into is that the woman has power to go ahead and submit, as we read in Ephesians 5:22, to submit to what we're reading here in 1 Corinthians 11. That's the power that God gave her. And when you go back to the slides, that leads me into the part where I want to talk about the chaste conversation. This is the power that the woman has, right? Let's get that 1 Peter now 3. And let's start at 1. And then we'll go through our definitions here. Go ahead, come on.
The book of 1 Peter, chapter 3 and verse 1. Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands, that, if any obey not the word, they also may without the word be won by the conversation of the wives.
And you know, I think a lot of times early on, this was brought out to say, oh, my husband's not keeping the fringe law. He's not doing this. He's not doing that. It's not your job to correct him and get him to do that, right? Not saying you can't point out that he's in sin, okay? But when it says obey not the word, what we're really going into in this dynamic is, if he's not moving like a husband in the Bible, the way the Bible says a husband's responsibilities are, it's not for you to sit there and try to tell him, oh, you're doing this, this, and this. It says, if he obey not the word, they also may without the word be won by the conversation of God. Won back to what? Not to you, back to Christ. Because Christ is the one that's going to affect change. You're not winning him over to you and your way and what you want, but a result of that is you get that innately because you followed the ordinances, like we read in 1 Corinthians 11. I might be going over some people's head, but like I said, many will not get it. What did the slide say? Some of these statements are going to filter out intelligence.
This is part of her controlling the environment.
Right.
Exactly.
Right. The power that she has is control over the environment, not over the husband, not over God's will. And it's a heavy power. A woman is given a lot of authority in that. See, when you go into Proverbs 31 after understanding that, then you realize how powerful Proverbs 31 is. Right?
Right. When applied.
When applied.
Yeah, that was a heavy statement.
Because if you think about it, right? And we don't have time for tonight to go over it. What does Proverbs 31 really deal with?
A righteous woman and how she should
The
conduct
environment.
herself.
The environment.
A Proverbs 31 woman controls her environment.
Package right there for you.
According to the way the Lord says to control her environment. That's the environment, and in the environment includes herself. For this cause the woman have power over her head to submit. That's the power that she has, to submit.
To submit.
Wholeheartedly. That's it. Plain and simple. So these sisters that are proving, and yeah, I understand submission, it's buying him his smoothie every Sabbath. Got a sister here with that. Hey, about my smoothie. Hey, he likes the smoothie. I'm going to get him that every Sabbath. That's submission. Right? And let me tell you, if it's not wholehearted, if it don't come from a place of agape,
bring it out.
You're going to get tired of doing it.
Right.
And that's when you forget, and that's when you say, let me explain. It's because I got this and this going on and that going on. If the Lord is supposed to be the apple of the man's eye, then the man as the husband is supposed to be the apple of the woman's eye. And when something is the apple of your eye, nothing makes you forget about it. Nothing. Nothing at all. There's nothing that makes you say, I didn't do this for you. I didn't do that. I forgot to do this. I left this. I left that, whatever it was. Right? And you know, a man will try to explain that and make a woman understand that. And when he sees he's not getting anywhere, he'll just take what he gets so that he can have peace. Right? Because at the end of the day, what else? He'll lead the house the best way he can to maintain the peace that's needed there. But it won't be the harmony that you're looking for. Right? So go ahead. Come on.
Likewise, ye wives, be in subjection to your own husbands, that if any obey not the word, they also may without the word be won by the conversation of the wives, while they behold your chaste conversation coupled with fear.
Right. So stop. I'm going to deal with chaste in a second, right? But I want you to understand, right? Chaste is tone. Chaste is the spirit. Chaste includes the countenance.
Mm-hmm. It's heavy.
Because you could say a lot with your face and your body, like especially these women. They be saying a lot with their body and their face, especially our women.
That's facts.
A lot of movements, a lot of nostril flare and lips up.
Twitching.
Sometimes you get the stare, like the mouth open. They're agape. It's not agape.
Gape.
That's what a gape means.
Right.
All right. Response posture, it's called. Response posture. Real submission when it comes from a wholehearted place. And this goes into sincere desire. A woman that can't bring herself to do this, she don't really love her husband the way she thinks she does. If she loved him the way she thinks she does, this would be no problem. I'm not saying she doesn't love him. Saying she doesn't love him the way she thinks she does. Nah, not even about enough. Because as a man, you'll get enough. As long as you get the peace that you need, you'll get your enough. You know what I'm saying? You'll find a way. That we're very resilient and we're very adaptable, right? Like you can, most of us. Some of us are simple and effeminate and emotional, and right.
Product of America.
Yeah, I guess that's a good way to put it, right? But remember, chaste is tone, spirit, countenance. It's called response posture. There's a whole posture to your response, right? And the thing is, it only becomes difficult because you're not wholehearted. You're not really committed to him and being in subjection to him. And that's when the responses are not genuine, sincere. They're frustrated. They're aggressive. Right? There's always a qualifier or a statement. It's never just yes, let me do it, right? It'll be something that could have been handled with a quick answer, and it becomes this long drawn out thing because it requires explanation is not submission. And let me tell you, that's a big one. It has to be. I don't need to explain. That's not authority. If I got to explain every freaking decision and every reason why I want something a certain way, from something as simple as how I want my rice. If I want my beans on top of my rice, just put my beans on top of my rice. Right? Some people don't like that, right? I like my beans on top of the rice. Because guess what? When you bring it to me on the side, I'm going to put it on top anyway.
Right. Why?
It's just the way I like it.
But why do you want it on top of the rice rather than on the side? Isn't the side more convenient?
Isn't that shit frustrating?
Man.
Yeah, you could put it up because some people might not understand the term. I guess y'all didn't. That's why you looked it up. All right. The apple of your eye. Go ahead. Put that up.
The apple of your eye is an idiom describing a person or thing that is cherished above all others, deeply loved, and protected with great care.
Right. Yeah. So listen, it commonly refers to what?
It commonly refers to a favorite child, partner, or close friend.
Right. So it means your partner, meaning your husband, right? It commonly refers to something like that, the apple of your eye, right? And the law is the apple of our eye. We're the apple of God's eye.
Right.
And likewise, the wife in subjection as unto the Lord to her husband, the husband needs to be the apple of her eye. And when it's the apple of your eye, you're highly prized. You're the center of attention. And it don't mean that there's not the burner thing. There's not attention that goes to the kids and family. But the man, when the man is the center of attention for the woman, it shows in her every action, and he knows it and he feels it. A lot of times, brothers is frustrated because deep down we know, right? Remember when we read the slides, he said the man knows. Man knows something's off and something's lacking. Right. Abuela said it too with the explanation that he knows something's off and something's lacking. But we're going to spend our energy where it's most effective. And we realize that a lot of times it's not, it's not where it needs to be. There were some points that I wanted to make about why that Titus 2 is so heavy. And I think all respect to the women and the mothers that teach the Titus 2, but I just still think there's an element of loving your husbands that's offhand. It's not wrong advice that they're giving. It's useful. But if it's not to the level of really understanding the subjection and what it means, right? Not the nuance of just do what he says. I mean, that'll get you by. It has to have that wholehearted piece. It has to have this element that we're trying to explain. And it's not enough. Like I said, that's why I'm going to start doing the marriage hour. That's why I'm going to kind of unpack this a little more next week. But let's talk about chaste and the definitions of chaste. I want to go down my definition hole with this, all right? So we can understand this. Come on.
Chaste. Refraining from sexual intercourse that is regarded as contrary to morality or religion.
Right, so that's that one. But what number did I say that I wanted from this one? I sent you guys the notes. All right? No, it wasn't not engaging in sexual relations. Gosh, you're going to make me go to my freaking notes. It was, I said 3. Don't make me look it up and it's not 3, man. Boy. I'm pretty sure I didn't say 3. I think 6. I said 4 through 6.
Yeah, 6 is 4
through 6. It's 4 through 6.
Telling me 3.
Chaste definition.
Yeah, and he said that shit with so much authority too. 3.
What's on his mind?
And then 4 through 6. I have it right here. I literally said focus on numbers 4 through 6, but 4 primarily. Okay. Read definition 4, right? Because chaste, we think of it as being chaste, like virginal, pure, right? But when we talk about chaste conversation, right? Remember, I said it consists of tone, spirit, countenance, your whole posture of response, right? That's chaste conversation, right? You think because you're not cursing at me or elevating your voice that it's not part of it, but your whole posture and everything is part of it, right? Go ahead, come on.
Free from obscenity, decent.
Right, free from obscenity or decent. Read the 5th one.
Proper.
No, the 5th one.
5th. Number 5, undefiled or stainless.
Come on.
Number 6, pure in style, not excessively ornamented. Simple.
Simple. But my primary is 4, right? So read 4 again.
Free from obscenity, decent.
It's free from obscenity, decent. That's chaste conversation. Your tone, your posture, even though your words might not be inflammatory, can make that thing unchaste, right? Can make that thing unchaste, right? So I want obscenity, right? We saw those synonyms, right? It said, it said proper, decorous, clean, right? The antonym is coarse, meaning rough. Right? Rough. Chaste conversation is gentle, right? Get obscenity. And we want number 3 for obscenity. Come on.
Number 3, an obscene word or expression.
So you'll be like, well, my words aren't disrespectful, but your expressions are. Come on.
Especially when used as an
invective. I didn't know what that was. I had to look it up. So let's look up invective now, right?
I've never heard it. That's different.
I said I got to go down the definition tree, right? Because it goes deeper and deeper to give the scent. You can read all 3 of them. Read the first one. This is what invective, right?
Vehement or violent denunciation, censure, or reproach.
Scorn or contumely. We're going to get contumely in a minute, but read 2 and 3.
A railing accusation, vituperation.
I didn't even get into vituperation, but go on.
An insulting or abusive word or expression.
And a lot of wives don't realize that their expressions and their posture, their response posture, and a lot of times their tone is not chaste conversation. They think because they're not calling you a nigga, that's enough, right? Now, get invective. I'm sorry, get contumely. I said I wanted contumely as a synonym. All right. No, but then I want the definition of contumely before we get to the synonyms. I apologize. Come on. That's it right there. Number 1.
Insulting display of contempt in words or actions. Contemptuous or humiliating treatment.
Right. Now go to thesaurus. So first, wait, hold on before you do that. Notice that one of the synonyms is abuse, right? We're going to look at the rest of the synonyms, but it's an insulting display. This is the part where we talk about the man being challenged, the masculine energy. That's not chaste conversation, right?
Dragon coming.
That's not, and I don't even want to say drag. It is the dragon, but sisters think dragon and they think, well, I'm not being like this and like that. It can be as subtle as your facial expressions. And then you say, oh my gosh, but what do you expect me to be? I got to have a dead face? No, because guess what? if you were wholehearted and I was the apple of your eye, you couldn't even bring yourself to speak to me that way. If you loved me the way you thought you loved me, that wouldn't even be in you. And that's a heavy level. I'm not saying that women can instantly get to that, especially the way our women are damaged. That's another level of subjection.
Yeah.
The women that do understand it and got it right, even in their frustration, they would not speak out of turn and course to the man that's the apple of their eye. You think we would respond to God in anger? Whenever we have, has that ever gone good for us?
Not ever.
Jonah?
Hell no.
Well, to be angry.
Bruh.
Look at the synonyms for contumely. This is going to help us understand chaste some more. It is worshiping your Lord. At the end of the day, that's what it is. And it's not worshiping that you pray to him as he's God. Don't get it twisted.
Right.
But it's so much reverence,
Right.
that it's not even in your spirit to talk that way. And we could only pray for something like that. The reality is most of us are never going to get that. But let me tell you, if you do, and if a woman dare venture to trust in God enough, like we read in 1 Peter 3 and 5, like Sarah did, or the ancient women, the holy women of old, trusting in God enough to fully submit, man, you sisters would be so surprised at what you would get from that. And I'm not saying it would always be perfect. We're warriors. Even right? Even when we're not moving consistently, like in a warlike environment, a man's frame, a man that's grounded right and stays in frame, he's gonna be manly, and sometimes he's going to speak manly. He's not always gonna speak softly to you.
Right.
His posture, there's no requirement for the man to have a different. So when you say, oh, but you said it like that, show me in the Bible where it says the man needs to talk, but it clearly says how the woman needs to speak to the man.
Right.
Show me in the scripture where it says, outside of the general ones that talk about us not being obscene and the way we should be,
Opprobrious words.
right, opprobrious words and things like that. That's never right. We shouldn't be that way. But yo, like sometimes I feel like, damn, I can't even talk like a man sometimes. Like,
damn.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying. If you married, you know that. It's like, damn, where's the offense?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why it pisses me off when like you speaking manly to another man and he all offended.
Right.
I'm not being aggressive with you. I'm your brother. I'm not trying to fight you, but I'm speaking with a manly posture, and you want to get all offended?
Yo, the Bible tells us we can speak on this manner.
Yes.
Rebuke with all authority.
Yes.
Proverbs where it talks about correction. I mean, there's no do it this way and do it that way all the time.
Speak like this. Speak more softly. It's like I gotta set that expectation so that you can understand. But the soft answer will turn away the wrath, and I'm telling you, the man will realize.
Right.
If you raise with him, he's gonna keep raising because you're giving masculine energy.
Right.
Challenging.
If you stay soft and feminine and quiet, bro, I'm telling you, any man that's in the right spirit is gonna catch himself. He's gonna realize like, oh, so I'm shouting by myself in here.
Right.
Right. So let's look at some of it. Contumely is insulting contempt. It's a contemptuous way that you respond. There shouldn't be, because, oh my gosh, that's so hard. I can't make a face. I can't do this. When you focus on wholehearted, you won't make a face.
Going back to that.
You won't make a posture because it'll come naturally. The issue is that you're trying to game it instead of wholeheartedly do it. So let's read. Damn, you're killing me with the bombs now. Y'all, you're being extra. Insulting contempt. Let's read some of the synonyms. Come on.
Abuse, arrogance, contempt, disdain, humiliation.
It's humiliating to a man when you do that. Come on.
Insolence, insult, remark, reproach, rudeness, scorn.
Now let's look at, sometimes I feel the antonyms make you understand it even more. Remember, the contumely is we went down the line. We went down the tree of chaste.
Right.
All these words are related to chaste. So even though I'm reading contumely, I had to go deeper in layers so you can understand chaste. Now, by reading, I've often said this. Sometimes when you read the antonyms, it makes you understand the word even more. And if you don't remember your grammar, the antonym is the opposite of what it is.
Right.
Right. So the opposite of not being chaste, okay, I'm sorry, of contumely, all right, is this, which goes back to what chaste is. So what's the antonyms?
Admiration.
That falls under reverence and fear, but the fear being the respect. Go ahead, come on.
Approval.
Right. If you want the apple, you want the approval of the apple of your eye.
Facts.
Right? Go ahead, come on.
Humility.
Oh my goodness.
Obedience.
Next one.
Right.
Love.
Love. Look at the next one.
Politeness.
Oh my gosh. Come on.
Praise.
Oh, Jesus.
Respect.
Respect for man is love. Respect and honor is how we experience love. And agape is you're focused on the other person. And when you pour that agape, when you pour that biblical love into them, you get back that same type. That's the way real love works. The highest form of love really works.
Right.
All the rest of it is conditional. If you do this, then you do that. That's cheap. That's cheap. And you could say, well, you endear yourself to somebody when you have reciprocal type of behavior and words and actions. And yes, that's true. But then that goes back to the part where I say that type of love develops through the bond and through the marriage. You don't build that improving. You don't build that in your first year or your second year or your third year. That's why the scripture says, let's age together, right? That better is the end of a thing than the beginning. Right. Because as it matures together, as you go through it and you apply these things, right? And I'm still not touching on the full essence of what I want to here. It's 10:58, so I'm going to end it, right? I wanted to spend some time on that polarity piece, the masculine angle that the women bring and why it brings the reaction that it brings from the men so that they can understand that. But it's 10:58. I went way longer than I thought I wanted to go. I'm going to end it on that note.
Quadruple
I think
plus.
it's a lot to meditate on as it anyway. And this will be revisited. We will go back to this some praises. More. I pray y'all get some understanding and some sense from this. Keep your ear tuned. Like I said, we're going to be doing the segments, the marriage hour with Deacon Joshua. We'll be touching on different subjects. And my intent is to go over this the next show as well. And I still want to touch on that marriage before romance thing deeper. If I get the chance for like a Sabbath class, Lord's Will Life Last. So we'll see how that goes. All right.
Hey, post some fire emojis in the chat if this class was flames.
You on Deke?
Oh, that's me.
Yeah, that's your
Hey,
club.
support the Booster Club. Okay, you got the picture up, but you still got me up. So I don't know what you got going on here. How about you put the picture up? You guys put me a lot. You should be putting the other stuff a lot. Donate to the Booster Club, all right? Hit that QR code. And also, you can text to give. That's another way for us to do it, all right? Support what we're doing. So many people need to still hear this truth. So many of our people need to still hear the reality of the scriptures and real life-changing applicable things. And how can they receive it except these brothers be sent, right? So like you read in Romans 10:14. So help support the missions that we do. Hey, and I want you to understand something. Booster Club doesn't just support the travel. A lot of these schools, unbeknownst to y'all, I've said this before, but they need help with their rents. They need help with uniforms. They're very poor and impoverished in a lot of these countries. And not the type of poverty that we understand being an American, right? I mean, I think and I can say I grew up poor in America. But the poverty that I've seen in my travels, I would take my American poverty that I had over the poverty that they dealing with. So a lot of times we're able to support these things, radio shows and different things to help these schools and stuff like that too. So the Booster Club funds, they cover a broad array of things, all right? What else we got? What else we got? I think I was behind. That's why I wasn't seeing the stuff up on the screen. Go ahead. Come on, what we got?
All right, y'all. So check it out. Check it out. If you want to learn more and see more in regards to this particular topic, follow us on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram. Now, listen, once again, we put it on earlier, the topic that was done on New Moon by Deacon Joshua. Definitely tune in if you have not seen that one, because that's a gateway into this particular topic, which I think was 5 times better, right? With all the nuance. And if you were agaped at the agape that was shown today, then you definitely want to follow us to learn and see more. Now, remember, we talked about the marriage hour. And if it be the Lord's will, that is going to happen. So stay tuned on that, because once we get rolling on that, we're going to want feedback. We're going to want questions, because we're going to keep the ball rolling, because this is all for the edification of the people, for the edification of marriage, and for us to get closer to the Lord, understanding the union between Christ and the church that's going to better your households in your particular marriage. All right, so make sure y'all follow us. Make sure y'all tuned in. And with that, Deacon Yashua, back to you, sir.
We say shalom.
Shalom.
This for the Southern Kingdom, Kwam Yasharallah.
Hey, one nation, one nation.
This for the Northern Kingdom, Viva la Raza.
We one nation, one nation.
This for the Southern Kingdom, Kwam Yasharallah.
Hey, one nation, one nation.
This for the Northern Kingdom, Viva la Raza.
We one nation, one nation.
It wouldn't be Israel without Mexicans. Black love, brown pride, cause we next to kin. We ain't gotta tell Esau to let's be friends, cause we above all nations and we better than them. We the salt of the earth, ayy, ayy. And we been king since birth, ayy, ayy. We put the kingdom first, ayy, ayy. And they gon' get this work, ayy, ayy. We was chosen, not cause we the most of the people. Few in numbers, but we over the people. We gods of this earth, we ain't supposed to be equal. Stop playing, you emotional people. The good gotta triumph over the evil. So my foot's on the throat of the eagle. Their tongues will confess that we the people. Cause my nation ain't never been feeble.